Hello and welcome to my full stack web development crash course. So in this crash course, together we will build this fun, simple, but full stack web application in just a weekend. At least if you have nothing else planned. Of course, you can also take a few more days, but the point is that you can learn the fundamentals of web development quite fast by building this project over the next 12 hours. But anyway, let me now give you a quick tour of the Today I Learned app that we are going to build together. So the goal of this application is basically to allow our users to learn new facts that they didn't know about before. And so the main part of the application is this list of facts here that have been created by the users of this application. So each of these facts in the list has of course the fact text itself, and then users also need to input a valid source. You can also see that each fact belongs to one of the 8 categories that we have here in the sidebar. And once we click on one of these categories, let's say entertainment, then the app will only display the facts that belong to that category. So basically we are filtering the list of facts by the category. So here we have technology, and then of course we can also go back to all of them. Another feature of the application is that we can vote on facts. So we can let other people know that a fact is interesting by clicking here. We can let them know that the fact is even mind-blowing, or we can also let other users know that a fact is false. And so then we can click here. So down here we have a false fact, which says that React was developed by Google, where actually it was developed by Facebook. And so it has a lot of these downvotes here basically, and so then therefore our application marks the fact as disputed. So basically to allow users to know that a fact might not be true. Finally, in order to add a new fact, we just need to click here on this button, and then here we can share a fact with the world. For example, we can say Udemy is the biggest course platform in the world. Then here we can see that actually the amount of characters is limited, and as we type here, this number updates. So a bit like on Twitter. Then here we need to provide a trustworthy source. So we can just paste the Udemy link here, and then of course we need to choose the category. So let's say technology in this case, then post, and there is our new fact. Now what's really cool about this is that all this data is actually real data. So it comes from a real database that is hosted on a web server. So when we reload this page, then you see that the fact is still there. It's down here now because the facts are ordered by the upvotes, but still the fact is here in the list because it was saved into a real database. And that's actually it. So it looks like a very simple app, but there's actually more going on here than it appears on the surface. So I really hope that you like this small application that we're going to build, and that you also enjoy this playful design that I created here. Now, if you have never written a line of code in your life before, you have come to the right place. Because we will start slowly and go step by step, and then speed up the pace as we progress through the course. And so here is how we're going to build this project together. First, we will set up your code editor and your coding environment using the best free code editor in the world. Then, before we start writing code, I will guide you through the basics of how the web and web development work. After that, we will slowly start building our project by first writing the HTML code for the page content. Then, once we have our HTML in place, we're going to style the page and give it a layout using the CSS language. Next, we're going to create an online database and an API for the data that we need in our application. So the facts that we just saw in the demo. And we're going to do that using a free service, this time called Supabase. Now, in order to load that data into the application and make the app interactive as well, we learn the fundamentals of JavaScript. And here the application will start to really come to life, which is going to be an amazing experience. However, writing apps with pure JavaScript can be difficult and time-consuming, and so we will build the final application using a JavaScript library called React. which is the most popular library to build web apps in the web industry. And finally, to finish, we will deploy the final project to a web server using another free service, which is going to be Netlify. So with this, your application will get its own URL on the internet that you will be able to share with all your friends to show them what you have accomplished in this short time. And now, before we actually start, let's see what you will and what you will not accomplish with this course, just to correctly set expectations. So, this is not a complete web development course from A to Z, and that's on purpose. Because these so-called complete courses promise to make you a web developer in just a few months, but that is completely impossible because they still lack a lot of detail. And so I wanted to try something completely different here, a different approach. So the idea of this course is that you can dip your toes into the world of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React just enough so that you can figure out if web development is actually a good career choice for you. So all without wasting months before finding out. And if web development is a good choice for you, then you can go ahead and learn each of these technologies one by one and in great depth. So taking this short crash course will not make you a web developer, but so won't most of these other mega courses. Also, you will definitely not master HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but you will get some important fundamental knowledge and also have some fun with them. And even more importantly, you will know on a high level what technologies are used in the industry to build real-world web applications. So, don't expect to build complex web apps after just taking this course. But again, that's actually true for most courses. So just see this crash course as a fun experiment to play around with real-world web technologies, to expand your horizon a bit, and also to understand if you want to start a lucrative career as a web developer. And with that being said, it's time to actually get started. Just make sure that you read the very important next lecture, as it contains important information about starter files, how to get help, and how to take this course. And now, let's go have some fun! Welcome to the first actual lecture of this course. Now, there is a very good chance that this course is your very first contact with any web development and any programming in general. And so, before we actually start building our project, I think it might be a good idea to begin this course with a very high-level overview of the field of web development. So we're going to talk about things like the browser and the server, requests and responses, front-end and back-end web development, and of course about the core languages of the web. So buckle up and let's get started. So here's what we're going to do in this video. We're going to see what happens when we open up a web page in a browser, and based on that, I will briefly explain how the web works and how web development fits into the picture. So let's say that we're trying to access a web page in our browser at udemy.com. Now what happens as we access this page is that our browser will send a request to the server where this page is hosted on the internet. So each and every website is stored on something called a server, which is basically a computer that is connected to the internet and that is able to receive requests like this one. So again, when we browse to a certain website, our browser will send a request to the server where the website is stored, so where it is hosted. Then, when the server receives the request, it will take all the files that make up the website and send them back to the browser. And so we say that the server sends a response to the browser, which essentially contains all of these files that the website is made of. Now, as you can see from these file extensions, we have some HTML, CSS, and also JavaScript code here. And these are precisely the three languages that browsers can understand. So what this means is that all of the code that makes up a website needs to always be written in the languages HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Because, again, these are essentially the three core technologies that any browser can understand. But what do I actually mean by understand? Well, it means that once the browser receives these HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files from the server's response, it will take the code and render the website based on that code. So browsers are able to produce a visual output based on the code that we write as developers, which is pretty cool. And with this, you already have a good understanding of what happens when we browse to a website and also about the technologies that we use to build websites. Now, this visual output that we can see in the browser, so the final rendered website, is what we call the front end of a website. Therefore, the process of writing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code is a process that we call front-end web development. So whenever you hear someone talking about front-end development, what they mean is developers writing the code that is displayed in the browser, so which is basically the front end of the website. And in fact, this is mostly what we're going to learn in this course, at least the very fundamentals of it. Okay, now as you can imagine, if there is a website front end, then there is also a back end. And the backend is basically the invisible part of a website, so the part that users will actually never see. Usually, a website's backend contains an application that is running on the server, along with a database that contains all the data that is necessary to power the website or the web application. Now, not all websites require a backend, but as soon as they need some data in order to work, some kind of backend will be necessary. Take the example of udemy.com that we're analyzing here. It's a very complex site that is always changing, so there are lots of things that always need to be done. New courses and reviews need to be added to a database, ratings and course length need to be calculated and updated, and so on. So, again, in order to take care of all this, there is some huge backend application running on Udemy's server that is capable of getting and adding data to a database, processing that data, creating files, and also of sending things to users' browsers. And I'm saying things here because web servers can not only send HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files, as we learned initially, but also just raw data. So, in other words, a browser can also just request some raw data, and the server will then get the data from the database and send it as a response to the user's browser. And I know this probably all sounds super confusing and complicated, but don't worry. You don't need to understand all this 100% in order to take this crash course. Again, this is just to give you an overview of how things work in the world of web development. But anyway, to do all these things on the backend, front-end technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are simply not enough. They are not able to do advanced stuff like connecting to a database, at least not HTML and CSS. So, in order to write backend applications, developers use some backend language like Node.js, PHP, Python, or even some other tool. There are many available. And the process of writing backend applications using one of these tools is called, as you can imagine, backend development. Now, in the real world, most applications require both a front end and a backend. And in that case, we say that the application is a full stack application. And actually, the name of this course says exactly that we're going to build a full stack app, which means that we're going to work a bit on backend development as well. But rest assured that it's going to be extremely simple. All right, and now just to finish, let's take a closer look at the three languages of the front end. So HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, as they are particularly important. So starting with HTML, we use HTML to write the actual content of the page. So that's the text, the images, the buttons, and all the content that you can see on a web page. So all that content is always written in HTML. Then we have CSS, which is responsible for the presentation of that content. So basically for styling and for laying out the elements on a web page in a logical way. And finally, we have JavaScript, which is the actual programming language of the front end. So it's the only programming language that browsers can actually understand. So JavaScript allows us to add dynamic and interactive effects to web pages. So we can use it to respond to user events, to manipulate the content or the CSS, to load data from web servers, and even to build entire front-end web applications. And actually, this is exactly what we're going to do in this course. So we're going to use all these 3 core web technologies, plus some other tools, in order to build the web application that I showed you in the course introduction. Okay, and with that, we finish this intro to web development and are now ready to start working on our amazing course project. So let's move on now. So remember those HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files that we talked about in the previous lecture? Well, in order to write these files, we need to install a special tool called a code editor. Now, actually, we could write code using any text writing program. So actually, even Microsoft Word would work, but it's best to actually have a specialized software that has features that make writing code a lot easier. And so let's now install the best code editor in the world for web development. So fire up your browser and then let's Google for VS Code, which stands for Visual Studio Code. So open up this first link here. And so this is, again, the best code editor in the world for web development. So it's the code editor that most developers use. And so this is the one that you should be using as well. And it is completely free. And so it's really a no-brainer. So right now you can just pause this video, download VS Code onto your computer, and then install it as well. So you can install VS Code just like any other application. And then once you're done, let's meet back here. All right, so if you installed VS Code onto your computer and open it up for the first time, it should look something like this. Only the colors will be a bit different, but we will take care of that in a minute. So I want to do 3 things now here. First, we want to install a couple of extensions. Then we want to set some settings. And finally, we also want to change the color theme. So starting with extensions, extensions in VS Code are basically just like extensions in Google Chrome. So where you can customize your code editor a little bit. So let's click here in this sidebar on extensions. And now we are going to install 4 extensions. So let's start with Prettier, which is probably the most important. And then select this first one right here. So you see it's used by 27 million developers. So this is one of the most popular VS Code extensions out there. So what this will do is that it will automatically format your code once you save it. And so with this, your code will always look exactly the same as mine, which will make it a lot easier for you to spot any mistakes that you might have done in writing your code. So I already have it installed. That's why for me it says disable here, but you can just click on install here and then you might have to reload VS Code. Okay, then once you're done installing this extension, let's go to the next one, which is called Live Server. And then it is this first one here. So this one with 28 million downloads. So again, another really important one. So click here as well to install it. And this one will basically create a fake web server on our computer so that we can very easily run the application code that we are writing. And the browser will then automatically reload as we save our changes. So that's really an invaluable tool. So make sure to install this one as well. And now 2 minor ones. So these ones are not really necessary, but they are nice to have as well. The first one is auto rename tag. So that should be this one here. So install that as well. And then also color highlight, which makes it a little bit easier to work with colors once we start writing HTML and CSS. So again, click here to install, then maybe reload your VS Code window. And yeah, then you're good to go with the extensions. Great. So next up, let's tweak the settings of your VS Code a little bit. So come down here to this settings icon and then click here on settings. Okay, and now we will basically only change 3 settings right here. And the easiest way to do so is to search for the setting names up here. So the first one is the default formatter. Exactly. So it's this one here, which says default formatter. And so here you now need to select the Prettier extension that we just installed. So go through this list and then find Prettier in that list. So it needs to be this esbnp.prettier VS Code. So select that. And so now the Prettier extension that we just selected will be responsible for automatically formatting your code. Okay, so that's one of the things we need to do to make Prettier work. And we also need format on save. So make sure to toggle this one here. So to turn it on, basically. So this one is also important so that each time you save your code, it will then automatically be formatted. So very important once again, so that your code always looks the same way as the code that I'm writing in the video. And finally, let's also set autosave, which will automatically save your code as soon as you change the focus of the window. So select this option here, so on focus change. And so then whenever you leave VS Code, or even if you just go to another tab, it will automatically save the file that you were working on. And so like this, you never lose your edits. Okay, so we set these 3 settings. And again, that should be enough for this course. And now finally, if you're wondering why your colors in VS Code look a little bit different than mine, that's because I have installed something called a color theme. So you can customize VS Code with different colors, which is actually especially important for the code that we are going to write. So even the code will have different colors for different parts of the code. Now you can just use the color theme that is defined by default in VS Code, but you can also install the same one as I am using so that, again, your code looks just as mine in the video. So to install a color theme, we just search here in the extensions as well. And in this case, let's search for one Monokai. So that is the theme that I'm currently using. All right, and so it will then make our code look like this. For example, here, the JavaScript code will then have different colors for different, basically, parts of the code. All right, so you can go ahead and install it. There should be some install button, and then you can click on Set Color Theme right here. Or you can also, after installing the extension, come down here and then choose Color Theme from here. And then you get greeted with this list of options, and you can also try these other ones, which all came pre-installed with VS Code. Okay, and with this, we are actually all set to start writing code in the next section. Just make sure that you also have Google Chrome installed on your computer. So that's the browser that we will be using for testing, which will become especially important in the React section in the end. So there you really will need Google Chrome because we will need some special developer tools there. Also, make sure that you really downloaded the starter files from the text lecture in this section. So I think that's probably right, the second lecture in the course, and there I gave you some instructions to download the starter files that you will also need in the next section. And with this, let's now finally move on to that next section and start writing some code. Welcome to the first section of the course. In this section, we will learn the fundamental language of web development, which is HTML. And to get started, let's now learn what HTML actually is and what we can do with it. So basically, HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. And remember how we learned earlier that HTML is one of the core web technologies along with CSS and JavaScript. Now, HTML is a markup language that web developers use to structure and describe the entire content of any web page. And notice how I said markup language. That's because HTML is actually not a real programming language. It's a markup language because we use it to describe something. And in the case of HTML, we describe content using different HTML elements. So basically, HTML consists of different elements that we can use to describe different types of content. So we have different elements to create paragraphs, links, page headings, images, video, and a lot more. Now, you might be wondering, why do we need to describe our content like that using all these HTML elements? Well, the reason is that web browsers, such as Google Chrome, actually understand HTML code and can then render the HTML that we write as actual web pages that we can see and use. Okay, so this is essentially what HTML is and what we can do with it. But now let's zoom in a little bit and take a look at the anatomy of an HTML element. So basically, taking a look at the building blocks of each HTML element. And here we are looking at the paragraph element, as you can see by the P. So all of this is actually called the element itself. Now, as we can see, an HTML element is usually made up of three parts. First is the opening tag, which is the name of the element. So in this case, it's the P wrapped in the less than and the greater than symbols. Then, after that, we have basically the content of the element. So in this example, that is just some text, but there might be other types of content. For example, an element can contain another element inside of it, which we then call a child element. Also, some elements, such as images, have actually no content at all and only have an opening tag. Finally, after the content, we need to close the element by using the closing tag. So the closing tag is basically the same as the opening tag, but with a slash in front of the P. So we open the paragraph element simply with the P, and then we close it with /P like this. Okay, and that's really all you need to know in order to start learning HTML in practice, which is exactly what we will do in the next lecture. Let's now finally start building our application by writing our very first lines of HTML code. But before we can do that, we need to first create a project folder. Now, you can do that anywhere you want in your file system. I will simply go here to my desktop and create a new folder. And since this project is called Today I Learned, I will simply name this folder Today-I-Learned. Okay, let's open it up also, because I already have the starter files here that we downloaded in the first section. So right here. And so now I'm going to move these two files into the project folder that I just created. And so you should do the same right now. And then you can even get rid of this folder right here. So now we only have our project folder. And in here we have the two starter files that we are going to need a little bit later. Okay. So let's move back to VS Code. So the code editor that we installed in the previous lecture. And then here we can open this project folder. So we can either click on open here or here in this left sidebar. And that doesn't really matter. So we just click open folder and then this one. So we don't select any file. We simply select this entire folder. Then hit open. And so now this folder is actually our project folder. And we can see that because here now we have the name of the folder. So Today I Learned. Okay. Then we can close this one up. And now let's create a new file. So our very first HTML file. So we hit this small button here and then we call it index.html. So the .html is of course a file extension for HTML files, and the name of index is the usual name that we always give to the main HTML file of any website. So this is a standard name, index.html. All right, and so now let's start writing some HTML. So every single HTML document always starts with the HTML element. So HTML, and then VS Code will actually automatically create the closing tag for us. So remember how we learned in the previous lecture that each HTML element has an opening tag, then some content, and then a closing tag. So here we don't have any content yet, but we will place it here right now. And now in here we can have other elements. Now in the case of the HTML element, it needs to have exactly two child elements. So two elements that are nested inside of it, because they are part of the common HTML structure. So here we always have a head element, and then we also have a body element. So just like this. Now the head of an HTML document is the part that is not displayed in the web browser when the page is loaded. So this is where we place stuff like the page title or links to CSS files. So let's actually start with that title, and for that we can use the title element. So we write title, and then here we can place the title. And so with title, what I mean is basically this title here that we will see in the browser. So up here in this tab bar. So let's actually give it the name of the app that we're building. Today I learned. Okay, let's save it just to make sure. And actually to give us a bit more space, I'm going to close down the sidebar here. So for that we can just click on the Explorer icon here. And so now we have a bit more space. Okay, so for now that's enough for the head, which again is the part that will not be visible. But now here we have our body. So most of our HTML will actually be in here. And let's start with one very popular element, which is the heading 1 element. So for the main heading of the page. And let's just start by writing here, hello world, which is a very common line of code or a line of text that we write when we first learn to program. All right. And so with this, we are now ready to actually see our results in the browser for the very first time. So to do that, we can actually simply go ahead and open this index.html file in the browser. So we can double click it, and here it is. So here we see the title that we wrote right here. So today I learned, we wrote inside the title element, and so now it is right here. So the browser has rendered it right here in this tab. And then, of course, we have the h1 element. So this one here is now translated to this big text. So just as we learned in the previous lecture, web browsers are able to basically translate the HTML code that we write to a visible output, such as this that we have here. Okay, so as I said, here we have the very common HTML structure, which is basically the same in every single HTML document that you are ever going to write. So it always starts with the HTML element, and then in there will be a head and there will be a body. And then inside the body is where we can get basically really creative. So we can write all kinds of HTML here, which is what we're going to do over the next few lectures. For now, I just want to show you a nice trick with which we can automatically write this structure basically in VS Code. So all we have to do is to write this exclamation mark and then hit tab. And here it is. So here again we have HTML, and then inside we have the head and the body. All right, so let's actually delete this here because this part here is a bit more complete. So let's get rid of that. And here we can again write today I learned, and then our h1 element again. And actually now we can write also today I learned right here, because that's the name of the app. And give it a save. And if we now reload the page over here, then of course that big heading changed to the text that we wrote right here. So here in the head, we now, besides this title, have some other metadata. For example, here this character set that is being used on the page, and then some other stuff that is not really important for us. So again, what matters to us is what goes here into the body. And so this is what we will start filling up over the next few lectures. In this lecture, we are going to place some text and a list into our application. And remember that this is the app that we are building in this course. And so the main part here is basically this list of facts. So in this lecture, we will now start building this list. So each of these facts has this text here and then also this category. Okay, so let's do that. Now the data here will come from this data.js file that was included in the starter files. So we placed that into our project folder in the last lecture. And so now just go ahead and open it up. So here we have these 3 facts, 1, 2, and 3. And each of it has all of this data. But mainly we're now interested here in this text. So let's copy the text and move back here to index.html. So let's create some space here. And then let's create our next HTML element. And since we are dealing with text, let's create a paragraph element. So that's the element that I showed you actually in the first lecture of this section. Right, so here we have this paragraph, and let's also get the other text. So for this second fact, and then we create another paragraph. All right. Give it a save, and then you see that prettier, so that extension that we installed in the first section automatically formatted our code here. Okay, so let's go back, make it a bit smaller again, and let's reload. And indeed, here are our 2 paragraphs. And you see they are nicely separated by the space which the browser automatically created because these are paragraphs. Okay. But now if we go back here, or actually we cannot really see it. But anyway, remember that we had these categories here, right? So let's get the text for each of these. So this one is called technology. And I will place it here and maybe place it between some special symbols. So this here has nothing to do with HTML. These are just some symbols I'm using here to make this text stand out a bit. Now remember how the category actually is its own element. So now we can't really see it, but so here it is. So the technology here should be its own element, right? And so what can we do here? Well, let's first try another paragraph, which is not really legal actually inside of HTML. So we cannot place one paragraph inside another one, but let's see what happens. Okay. And just like before, we could now simply manually reload the page, but we can also do something better, which is to now use the live server extension that we installed in our setup lecture. So that's very easy. All we have to do is to click the Go Live button down here. Then wait a second, and here it is. So it's the exact same page as before, but before we were basically loading it from this file directly, while now it's basically coming from a fake web server. So a local web server that runs on our computer. And so this enables some cool things. So watch what happens when I now change something here on the page. Let's say this. And now when I save it, then you see immediately this page got automatically reloaded, reflecting these latest changes. And of course, if I put it back, then it goes away. But actually what I'm interested in here is that this text here, so this technology, is now on a separate line, where in fact I actually want it to be right here. So instead of using the p element, which basically creates a new line whenever we create a new element, we can also use span. Give it a save, and now it is back here where it belongs. So span is basically a generic piece of text, but which doesn't create a new line. So it looks actually here as if it is not inside of any element, but it is. And so by doing that, we can then later style it using CSS as a separate piece of content from this. Okay, then let's do the same with the other one here. And also create a span element right here inside the paragraph. No, that's not correct. So society, and also give it these extra symbols here to make it look a little bit different. Okay, so we're already looking pretty good here, but we can actually do better. So if we think about it, our facts here are basically a big list of facts. So a list which contains all of these facts, right? So what we should actually do is to create a list inside of HTML where we then place basically these paragraphs. And that's very important because HTML is all about semantics. And with semantics, we simply mean that we should always use the HTML elements which has exactly the same meaning of the content that we are trying to display. So in this case, we know that we have a list of paragraphs, and therefore we should actually place them inside a list, even if the visual output will be the same. So let's create that list, but it is not called a list, not like this. It is called UL, which stands for unordered list. Okay, and then for each element of the list, so each list item, we need to create a li element. And then inside the li is where we place whatever content needs to be inside of this list item. So again, inside the URL, we can only have LIs, so list items. We cannot place, for example, the paragraph right here into the list. That's not allowed. So we want this to be a list item, so we need to tell the browser and we need to tell HTML that this is a list item by placing it inside the list item element. Okay, and let's do another one for this other paragraph. And so you see we are creating really a nested structure here of HTML elements, and that's just completely normal. So when we save it now, you see that it actually does look here like a list, but later on we will remove that styling. So you see that here it is basically simply a list of boxes, right? So without the bullet points. But the default styling of HTML is to give it these bullet points so that we can easily identify that it is a list. But what matters the most here for us is, again, the semantic meaning. So telling HTML and the browser that this is a list. And it's important to do that so that, for example, screen readers, which blind people use to navigate the web, can exactly identify what we have on our page. So it makes it possible for example, blind people to navigate our pages without any accessibility issues. All right, so we're making great progress. Let's take a break and continue in the next lecture. Next up, we will learn about HTML attributes by creating hyperlinks and by inserting images into our page. So, hyperlinks, or links for short, are one of the most important parts of the web. And so, of course, we need to learn how to do them in HTML. So here in our app, we have this source link after each of the facts so that the user can basically see where this fact comes from. So this is just a normal hyperlink, and so let's create one ourselves. So see how it says source here in all of them. And so the link text basically will be that. So just source. So let's start by creating that here. And where do you think we should place that? So you think it's here, after the paragraph, or right here, so inside the paragraph? Well, if the text So if the link should appear right here close to this text, then it should probably also be inside of the paragraph. So just like this category here, right? So let's create that link here. And again, the element name is not what we might think it is, but instead we use the A element. And A stands for anchor. Okay? And remember that source was the text that we saw displayed on the page, right? However, of course, if we simply reload this now, then this is not a link, right? Because we haven't told HTML where that link should actually point to. So how do you think we can do that? So first of all, let's grab the URL. So in this case, that's this. So again, that's coming from the data.js, which contains all the information about each of the facts. So where do we put this URL to tell HTML where the link should actually point to? We will not just put it here, right? Because that will simply place it also here as text. We could try to put it in here, and that is already almost correct. So nothing still happens here. So this is not what we want, so let's cut it from here. And so the way that we indicate where the link should point to is by specifying the href attribute. So we write inside of this opening tag, we write href and then equal and then quotes, and then here we paste the link into. Give it a save, and then here you see the typical blue text, which now we can click, and then that will move right to our page. Okay, but let's go back here to our HTML. So this here is what we call an attribute, and basically an attribute is a property of the element. And let's actually specify another attribute here, which is the target attribute. Because notice how when we clicked this link here, it moved to the URL, but it was here on the same page. So let's do that again. So we moved to this page, but navigated away from our app. And so we need to go back. And instead what we want is this to open in a new tab so that our app can stay open basically at all times. So that's what we use the target attribute for. And the value that we give it is underscore blank. All right, give it a save. And if we click now, then it opens nicely in a new tab. And once we close it, we are back in our application. Nice. So let's do that here again to practice. So it's the anchor element. Then let's immediately close it. And then here between the opening tag and the closing tag is the text that we want to see on the page. And then let's get the source, which we will put in an attribute. So again, the href attribute, and this will basically be invisible. So whatever we specify as attributes will stay invisible. Okay, and we forgot the target blank. And yeah, that works. Nice. Now, of course, different elements will have different attributes. So if we specified the same thing here on the P, then nothing should work. So you see, everything looks the same here. And of course, we still cannot click on this paragraph because this special attribute only makes sense for the anchor element. Okay. So again, attributes are like invisible descriptions of an element, so that tell elements a bit better how they should work. So let's use another element that needs attributes in order to work, which is the image element. And the image element is special because of two reasons. First, because it needs attributes, as I just mentioned, but also because it is an element that has no closing tag. But let's see. So img stands for image, and then in order to close it, we simply write slash, and then close it like this. All right, but now how do we specify what image should actually be displayed? Well, that's again where attributes come into play. And in the case of the image, it is the source attribute. So src, which stands for source. And so the source is basically the path to the image in the file system. So in our case, what we want is to display this logo here. So we can actually double click on this logo here, and it will then open the image right here in VS Code. So this is the logo of our page, and we now want to include this image into our HTML document so that we can then see it here on our page. So that's something pretty normal, right? And it's also quite easy to do. So the image is right here in the same folder as index.html. And so all we need to do is to write logo.png. And VS Code is actually trying to help us here by auto-completing the path here. Okay. And so if I now give it a save, then you see it is right here. Beautiful. Now, if it was inside of some folder here, so imagine there was a folder called folder, then we would need to write that here as well. So specifying the path like that. So folder, and then in there, the logo. So folder / logo.png. But now there is no folder, and so this is how we do it. However, this image is way too big here, and so we can now use some more attributes to actually change that. So we can specify the height, and here it shows 68 pixels, and the same for the width. So we can also specify the width, and let's also set it to 68. Give it a save, and then it becomes much smaller. And of course, if I set it to something else here, then well, the browser would try to stretch it. But in this case, this logo is actually a square, and so the width needs to be the same as the height. All right. And we will talk again about these dimensions here once we talk about CSS. Finally, all logos should also have something called an alt text. So an alt text is basically a textual description of whatever is in the image, so that, again, images can also be read by screen readers. So by people who might be visiting our page but cannot see the content. So this image here is basically the logo of Today I Learned. So Today I Learned logo. Something like this. Okay, and visually nothing changes here, but that's not the point. So this text here is really only basically for screen readers and also for search engine optimization. Great. So now you know how to create images and also how to link to other pages, which is really great progress. As we start adding more and more content to our page, it's now time to give it a little bit of structure. So in any real-world web page or web app, we don't simply place all the elements one after another. Instead, what we do is to basically group them together by placing them into semantic boxes. So, for example, here this image and the h1 together, they might be the header of our page. So let's see that here in our original app. So basically all this part up here might be the header of the app, and then down here we have the main part of the app. And so for all that, we have special HTML elements. So elements with a semantic meaning, which, remember, means basically that we use the right element with the right meaning for the right place, so for the right content. So if we have a header here, so the top part of a page, we use the header element. Okay, and sometimes it's a bit annoying when VS Code automatically closes the element, because then we have to cut it and paste it here. Right? Or we could also have copy-pasted these here and placed them in between the opening and closing tags. Okay? And if we give this a save now, then nothing really changed. But that was not the point anyway. The point here was simply to group these two elements together inside this box so that they have semantic meaning basically, and also so that later we can apply some styles to this. Because without these elements that belong together being basically in the same box, we can then not create layouts. Okay, so here we have the header, and then let's put this other content inside the main part of the page. And again, I will now cut this closing tag and place it here at the very end. So be very careful of where you place this. So it needs to be right after the closing tag of the list. And then when you save it, Prettier will again automatically format it nicely for you. And let's actually close down here or sidebar to see the content a bit better again. Okay, so we separated our page into main and header, which will, for example, allow us to create this space that we have between these two parts. So between this header and this main part here. Now, as you see inside the main, we actually also have two parts. So we have the list and we also have these buttons here. And so now let's actually create these buttons. Not all of them, because that's not the point here, but let's just create 3 of them. Okay, and that's actually the easiest thing in the world. So all we have to do is write button and then close it. And then simply the text. So that's all. Okay, and now of course when we click this button, nothing will happen. And that's because, as I mentioned before, HTML is really only for the content. If we want something to happen, then we need to write some JavaScript code, which of course we will do later in this course. Okay, and let's create some more here. So basically we have one button for each category. So for technology, science, finance, and so on and so forth, and then one for all of them. So technology and science. Okay, give it a save. But before we move back here, I want to draw your attention to the fact that this is also basically a list, right? So we have a list of buttons, even though once again, we don't see any bullet points here, but still semantically speaking, this is a list. And so we should also place these buttons here into a list. Okay, so now we just have the buttons side by side. And so let's create a list. And remember, we use the UL for unordered list, and then LI, which stands for list item. That's the easiest way to remember all these elements. Besides, of course, just practicing by writing them over and over again. Now, there are actually some shortcuts in VS Code so that we don't have to copy paste all the time like this. But I don't want to overwhelm you with all that stuff at this point. So let's just keep copy pasting, which we already know how to do. Great. Now, of course, we don't have the tools yet to place these two lists here side by side, because for creating a layout like this, we will of course need CSS. But at least we now have them all semantically each in a list. There's just one more thing that we can improve, which is to also put each of them in a box. So a box that has a little bit more meaning. So these buttons here, so this list, is basically like a sidebar in this app, right? And so for that, we can use the aside element. So aside doesn't really mean sidebar. It's more that it's like a secondary content. Okay, it's commonly used for sidebars though. So here aside, and then this I think is a good candidate for the section element. So this we can consider that it is a section of the page. All right. So now we need to search again for the closing tag of UL and place it right after. Give it a save. And yeah, I think that's it. So now we have basically 4 boxes here in our page, which later will be important for our layout. So we have the header, then we have the main part, and inside the main part, we have the aside, which will be the sidebar of buttons, and we have the main section of the app. So basically the list of facts. The only big part that is missing from the layout is this form right here. So this is where the user will be able to input new facts. And so let's actually code that form in the next lecture. In this lecture, let's learn how we can create a simple form with HTML. So that form should be located right here between the header and the main part, right? So that's exactly what we see here on this page. So let's actually write that here. And to create a form, we use the form element. Okay, and we can actually give the form element some special attributes, but for now that won't be necessary because just like the buttons that we created earlier, submitting this form will not do anything before we write some JavaScript to actually make it work. For now, we are just simply creating the content. But anyway, the first element that we have in our form is this text field here, right? And in HTML, that's called an input field. So input, and then let's say type text. And there can be other types like email, phone number, and so on. But this one is just the generic one simply for text. And that's actually it. So just like the image element, the input is also a self-closing element. So there's no content and there's no closing tag. Next up, we have this other one here, so this other input field. So let's write the exact same thing. Text and then self, close it. And then let's give it a save and check it out. So nothing special at this point, simply an input field that we can focus and type into. But yeah, nothing special yet. So next up, we have this one here, which is this drop down basically. So this is called in HTML a select element. And this one actually we do close because it needs some content. And the content of the select element is one option element for each of the options of the select field. So option, and here we do need an attribute, but more about that later. So first, the first one is technology. And then let's create another one for science, and then one for finance. Because this is basically the category that the user can choose for the fact that they are inputting. So here we have these 8 categories, which are exactly the same as these buttons. But again, we are keeping it simple here. And that's because later on, we will actually create many of these elements using JavaScript. So basically, we will have some code which will then create this list here for us. So the select element. So just to explain you, it will take this data here, which has the names of all the categories, and it will then basically automatically create one option element for each of these. And so then we don't have to manually do this. But for now, we're just learning how HTML works, and so this is how we do it. So when we come here now, we have one of these elements that I'm sure that you've seen many, many times before when using the web, where we can select one of the options. Now here we need to specify an attribute, which is the value attribute. And here let's just call it technology. Okay. And this will be important later when the form is submitted. So an option always needs to have the value. So in this case, the values are simply the categories here. Okay, so visually that doesn't change anything. And now finally, the button. And let's just say post. So to post this fact to the app. So beautiful. Actually, here we have another option, which is called choose category, basically just to tell the user what they should do here. So let's do the same. So basically creating another option here. And here let's actually leave it empty, because this one is very different. We never want the user to actually select this one. So we leave it empty, which will make more sense a bit later when we actually make this form work. So choose category. Okay, and now to finish, you see that here in this input field and this other one, we have this placeholder. So we have this grayed out text, but then when we write something, we get a normal color text, so a white text. And so this is what we call a placeholder, and this is also done with HTML. So how do you think that works? Well, that is just another HTML attribute. And in this case, it's the placeholder attribute. And here, once more, as we start typing, VS Code will start to suggest us some options. So we can simply hit enter here. And so that makes typing a little bit faster. So share a fact with world. And then here, another placeholder, trustworthy source. And so like this, the user will know exactly what to type into each of these fields. Beautiful. So it's starting to look a little bit more like an actual web application, right? So very nice. There's just one more thing missing from this form, if you remember, which is here, this number. So this number will later indicate how many characters are left to write. So you see, as we start typing, this number goes down. Now, usually when the page has the original big size, like this, you see that all of these here are side by side, including that number here. So just like here, where we have all the form elements side by side, that's what we want here as well. What we have here is simply an adaptation for smaller screens. But anyway, this was just to ask you, what do you think which element we need to basically place this 200 here in our form? So between these two input elements. So right here, what element do you think we will need? Well, let's start with the very first that we tried or that we learned, which was the P element. Remember? So do you think this will be correct? Well, not really, because remember that the P element actually created a new line. So that's exactly what we had in the very beginning of the section, where when we placed this technology here, so this category into a P, then it also created a new line which we didn't want. Remember that? So it was this situation here. And that's why we used a span, which is simply basically a neutral text element which does not create a new line. And so therefore, that's exactly what we want here as well. So just text, but without creating any new lines. All right, and so now we are actually almost done here with the skeleton of our app, so to say. So basically the main content, we now have it laid out here. All that is missing is this part here. So you see that each of these facts has basically these three buttons here, where we can upvote a fact, we can say that it's a mind-blowing fact, or we can say that it's actually false. Because of course, some people might post wrong facts here, and then people can downvote them so that they don't appear. So let's take care of that in the next lecture and then finish the HTML part of our application. So we're actually already almost ready with this section. All there's left to do for now is to add some buttons all over the interface. So as I mentioned at the end of the last lecture, what we need to do now is to basically add these three buttons here to each of the facts. So to each of these list items here, right? So that shouldn't be too hard, right? So let's come here to each of these facts. So basically each of these list items that we have inside our list is a fact. And so now, well, we simply add these buttons here. So button, which again doesn't do anything. And then here we want this emoji. So we're using these three emojis for upvoting, for mind-blowing, and for false, basically. Now on a Mac, you can get the emoji picker by using Control, Command, and then the spacebar. So that will look like this. Or on Windows, you can use the window key plus the period sign. So this one here. Or if you just cannot make it work somehow, then I also, to help you, pasted these emojis here into data.js. So down here. So actually I will just come here and copy them. So this is for the upvote, and in the first fact we have 24 votes for interesting, 9 for mind-blowing, and 4 for false. So basically the same numbers that we have over there. And yeah, these numbers, they actually don't even matter anyway. It's just so that we have something. Okay, so that's the first. Here the number is 9, and I will get the emoji in a second. And then 4. So let's grab them both. But again, you can just do this. So that's Control Command Space on a Mac, and the Windows plus the period sign. Okay. All right, I deleted the 4. So let's just take a look at what that looks like. And now I need to reload it. Sometimes that's necessary. And okay, so here are the 3 buttons, but there are some things that are wrong with it, so that are different. And let's start with the first thing, which is that here, this text is actually bold. So that's easy to do because there is an HTML element just for that. And actually there are 2 of them. So one is simply the B element. So just B, which stands for bold. And so indeed it makes the text bold. However, that B is not a semantic element. So it's not an element that has some meaning. And so in a newer version of HTML, which is HTML5, we instead of the B tag or the B element, we use strong. So strong basically means that this is very important text. And then as a consequence of that, the browser will make it bold. So it still is bold, but now it has the meaning that the text is very important. So the B is more for formatting, which should be for CSS, while strong actually has some meaning. And if you think that's all the same, or that it doesn't really matter, well, that's not a problem too, because in fact here all we want to do is to really make it work. All right, so that looks nice. But now there's one more thing, which is that very clearly here, these 3 buttons here are grouped together, right? So they are here below all of this, and they are kind of nicely in a group. So they are basically in a box. And we already know how to do that, right? Because we created many boxes before. So boxes with meanings. So we created the header, which is basically a box. Form is also just a box which holds some stuff. And we have main, aside, and section. However, these buttons here, they don't really have any of those meanings. And so here we can just use a generic box, which basically has no meaning at all. It's just really just a box. And this is called a div. So let's grab the buttons and put it inside of this box. And so since this is a box, this will now create basically a new line. So yeah, so just like this. So this box basically goes all the way here, and it creates a new line before it and after it. But that's no problem because we will fix that later with CSS. So keep in mind that when we're writing HTML, we really only care about the content, really not about what it looks like. Okay. But anyway, let's just copy the buttons here and then just update the numbers a little bit. Let's see what we have. So 11, 2, and 0. So 11, 2, 0. And there we go. Now, actually, I'm noticing something wrong here. So we did something that is not really allowed, and which in fact doesn't make a lot of sense. So we created this div here, so this box, right inside of the paragraph. And again, that really doesn't make a lot of sense. So instead, this is just another element inside of the list. So I just cut it here and move it outside of the paragraph. Oh, okay. And now the same thing here. So a div inside a paragraph doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, and now I saved it, and now it looks exactly the same, but now it is correct. So we have the paragraph, and then after the paragraph, we have this box. So the box with the buttons. Okay, and now we're almost done. The only thing that's left is, well, besides completing all these buttons here, so the only thing that's left is still this button here. So this button here says close when the form is open, and it says share effect when it's closed. But again, of course, that is only possible with JavaScript. So that's one of the dynamic effects that I mentioned in the first section. So of course we can't do that now, but I will already put this button here. And as you see, it is right here in the header. So let's put that here in our header box. Okay. So it's a button, and the text is share effect. And so then later we will have the button open the form. For now, nothing works, of course. And all right, that's actually already it. So that's the HTML that we need to get started with our project. So I hope that you had some fun writing this code with me, that you learned a thing or two, or many things, hopefully. And yeah, if you want to now style it, so to make it look very close to this one here, then let's very quickly move on right to the next section. So I hope to see you there very soon. So you learned the basics of HTML in the last section, and so now it's time to learn the very fundamentals of the second language of the web, which is CSS. So just like we did in the HTML section, let's start this one by looking at what CSS actually is, as well as some common CSS terminology. So first of all, CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. And just like HTML, CSS is also one of the core technologies of the web. Now remember that we use HTML to basically describe the content of a page. And on the other hand, we use CSS to describe the visual style and the presentation of the content that we previously wrote using HTML. So basically, we use CSS to describe what the page looks like. This means that CSS and HTML work very closely together. And in fact, down here you can see a web page, which is actually the project that we are building in this course. So on the left side, you see only the content, so just the HTML with no visual style at all. But on the right side, you have the exact same HTML code, but with a lot of CSS applied to it. And so that CSS describes the visual style and also the layout of the whole content. Now, as you already know, HTML consists of a bunch of different elements that we can use to describe content. And CSS is, once again, very similar to that, because CSS consists of countless properties that developers can use to format the content. So these properties allow us to format different things about a font, the text, the general spacing, and they allow us to create entire layouts. And there are really lots of different properties. But of course, there is really no need to know all of them by heart. The way that you learn these properties is that you use them over and over again, at least the most important ones, and then at one point they will become very intuitive and almost second nature. Alright, so this is what CSS is all about. So let's now take a look at an actual piece of CSS code. So this is what a typical small piece of CSS might look like. So it always starts with something called a selector. So for example, if we wanted to style all the h1 elements on the page, we need to select it in the CSS, and then we can apply some styles to it. And so each of these styles we can call a declaration. So here in this line, we set the font size to 20 pixels. And so that font size is called a property, and the 20 pixels is the value that we declare for the property. And so property and value together is a declaration or a style. Then all of these declarations together make up the declaration block. So we have these curly braces right after the selector, and then inside of the declaration block is where all the different declarations are placed. So all of our styles. And finally, all of this together, so basically the selector plus the declaration block, is what we call a CSS rule. And so what this means is that in the end, our CSS code will be a lot of different CSS rules, one after another, where we select all of the HTML elements and style them in any way that we want. So let's actually start doing that right in the next video. Welcome back to writing code, and I hope you're excited to write your very first line of CSS now. And we can actually write CSS in 3 different places. First, we can add a piece of CSS directly to an element by using the style attribute. Second, we can also use the style element right here in the HTML head. So again, in this part that is not visible, so that is basically not rendered here in the browser. And the third option, which is the one that we are going to use, is to write CSS in an external style sheet, so in an external file. And that is usually the very best option. And so again, that's what we are going to do. So first of all, let's actually create that file. So let's open our sidebar back up and then create a new file by clicking here on this icon, or just right click and then new file. And then typically we call this style.css, but any name would actually work here. Okay, but this is not enough, because if we wrote any styles here, then how would this index.html file actually know about these styles? So these files are not connected anyway, and so that's what we need to do next. So to connect this HTML file with a CSS file, we use the link element. So basically to link the files together. Then we specify the href attribute, and then here all we need to do is to specify the name of the file. So the path to the file, which in this case is again in the same folder as the HTML file. And then we also need to specify this rel attribute here and set it to style sheet, so that the browser knows that it is a CSS file. Okay, give it a save, and we can close the sidebar now. And now let's go back here and actually let's write the CSS that we saw in the last lecture. So remember that we need to start any CSS rule with a selector. So let's say we want to select the h1 here. So this here is an h1 element, and so we can write a selector of h1, which is exactly the name of the element. And now we can add our styles here to this declaration block. So let's start with the easiest one, which is to change the font size. So to make it a little bit bigger. And let's set it to 42 pixels. So px, and then we need to end each line with a semicolon. So here we specified a size, or as we also call it in CSS, a length, using the pixel unit. So 42 pixels will be exactly 42 physical pixels of your screen. Now there are many other units in CSS that are a little bit more complex to use, and so in this crash course we will stick to the pixel unit. But anyway, let's give it a save now, and the text just got bigger. And if you didn't see this happening, so if the text didn't get bigger, then you might need to manually reload the page. So from time to time that is necessary. Okay, so let's keep going. So what else can we do? Well, we can make the text uppercase. So let's write text transform. And then as soon as you write the colon, VS Code will give you all the options that are available. So basically all the different keywords that we can use for this property. And so here we want uppercase. And as always, you can just hit enter if you want to autocomplete the word. And there it is. So you see that each of these properties here can take many different values. This one, for example, needs a length. So in this case, that is this value here specified in pixels. And so the size of the text will be 24 or actually 42 pixels. And pixels is a unit that I'm sure you've heard about. So basically that's the most common way of measuring like a display. So this size will now be 42 pixels of the display. Then here in the case of text transform, we actually have this keyword. And another one that needs a keyword is text align. So here we can basically align the text to the left, to the right, to the center, for example. So now the text is nicely centered. Okay, and there are many, many more properties that we can use for text, and we will keep using them throughout the course. This is just like a very brief introduction into writing some CSS. So what else do we have on our page? So we have this H1, of course, and then we have this text here, so these paragraphs. So let's select the paragraphs, and remember that the element is called P. And so we can simply select P by writing P. Very simple. So let's again use a font size, let's say 20 pixels, save it, and the text just got a bit bigger. Another thing that we can do is to increase the line height, which is basically the space between different lines. And here we can say 1.4, which is basically 140% of the height of one of the lines. So that looks a little bit nicer. So that's another very common property. And another common one is the font family. So font family is basically the font that you choose. Now, when you choose a font, we usually can only choose the ones that are available on the user's computer. So for example, it's pretty likely that you have Arial or Arial, whatever it is called, installed on your computer. And so if we specify that font, then this is what the page will look like. However, that's usually not what we do. So usually we load some font from somewhere else, for example, Google Fonts, which is what we're going to do in the next lecture. So for now, we can use this sans serif keyword, which is a lot better than specifying one of these random fonts. Because if the user then uses a computer or some other device which doesn't have Arial installed, then they will not be able to see the page in the same way. Because, well, they simply don't have the font, right? And so sans serif is a good keyword in case we don't want to load any external fonts, but as I said, we will just do that in the next lecture. Okay, but moving on, let's also style this text right here. So this lecture here, this introduction to CSS, is all about styling just simple text. So very simple stuff. And remember that these categories, so these here, they are a span element, right? And we actually place them inside the separate element so that we could style them separately. And so let's do that now, or at least start to do that. So we can select all of these, and then let's also make them uppercase. So text, transform, and then uppercase. And also let's decrease the font size a little bit here. Let's say to 14 pixels. All right, so that's looking a little bit nicer here. And finally, what I want to do, again, since we're styling text, is to remove these bullet points from these lists. So that's something that we basically always do when we use lists. So the list, remember, is called UL. And so we just say list style and set it to none. And so the bullet points are gone. Okay, and that's all I wanted to show you in this very first introduction to CSS. So let's take a quick break, and I see you in a minute. In this video, we are going to learn about not one, but two very important tools that most web designers and web developers use all the time. And that's Google Font and the so-called developer tools. So, as I mentioned in the last lecture, most of the time we use some external fonts in order to style our pages. So in this example, we have this font right here and this one. So basically for most of the text, we have this more normal looking font. And then we have this font family over here, which is a bit more special for the headline and also for these buttons here. Okay. So fonts are really important to give designs a personality. And so we shouldn't just use something like we did here. So we sans serif, which is just a very regular and non-special font. And instead, we can go for something like this, which makes the app look a bit more special. So gives it some personality. And in order to find fonts and to include fonts in our web applications or websites, we can use a tool called Google Fonts. So just search for Google Fonts, and then it should be the very first result. And yeah, that's the one. So the fonts that I selected are called Sono. So that's this one. So just click on it. And then here you have like a preview. And then down here you have the different font weights in which the font is available. So weights is basically how bold the font is. So regular is 400. So usually we should always select that. So just click this button here, which says select regular 400. Now let's close that. And then we also usually need some bolder ones. So let's close this one and let's select 600 and maybe 700. So we don't really know yet which font weights we will want to use. So let's just select some more, and then later we will see as we experiment with the fonts, because we will be able to set basically this weight, so these values like 600 or 700 in our CSS. Okay, so we selected all of them and they are now up here, so in this list. But first, before we actually import this into our app, so into the HTML file, let's first go back and select another one. So we can click here on this logo, for example, to go back. And then the second font that I selected, so the one for the more regular text, or actually this one is the one for the heading, is this one. So it's called Coiny. So a bit rounder one, looks a bit more fun and playful. And yeah, this one is only available in this 400 weight, I think. So that's an easy choice. Just click on adding it. And then here we have both of them. So we have Sono and Coiny. Now, if you're watching this video far in the future, then probably this design of Google Font has changed a little bit. But hopefully you can still figure out how you can basically select different fonts so that in the end you end up with an import link like this. So basically we will need to take this code here and copy it. And maybe you recognize this link element here. So if we go back to our HTML, remember that we basically connected the HTML with our CSS file using the link element, right? And so now from here, we can copy these other link elements. So to connect this HTML file with the CSS files that basically contain the font from Google Font. So that sounds a bit confusing again, but that's just how it works. So these fonts are basically also in CSS files, and we can now load them from Google. Okay, give it a save, and here we are. It's just very important that you place them before our own CSS file. Okay, so first the Google fonts and then our own CSS. And that's actually it. And now, as they tell us here, we can just use these two font names in our CSS. So one is called Sono, so we can use Sono as the font family, and the other one, Coiny. So Coiny is this one, I believe. Yeah, this one is Coiny. So this one was for the headings. And so we can come here to the H1 and write font family Coiny. Okay, give it a save, and there it is. Beautiful. So that looks really nice, and we're starting to see some more personality. So something a bit more different about this app. And now we want the same here also for these technology tags, basically. But before we do that, I want to show you something, which is that here, after the first name, we also have a second value. So this sans serif here, or even this cursive. So what this means is that if we specify more than one value for the friend family, the second one will be used when the first one cannot be loaded. So let's imagine that the HTML file was loading, but as it was trying to load the font files from Google, it somehow failed, and so it couldn't load the font. So then the browser doesn't know what font family to use, and so we can basically give it a fallback. So let's use the sans serif keyword again. So basically this one here. What I wanted to do is to also add this font family to the span. Okay. And of course, we could also give it some other fallback. So the Arial that we were using before, for example, right? But that's not really important. So usually the font loading should be no problem. And so just the sans serif fallback should be enough. So let's check it out. And yeah, looking nice. But let's make it even nicer by also styling the paragraphs. So instead of sans serif, we now want Sono first. And there it is. Beautiful. So that's how we include third-party fonts or external fonts. Now, we are actually starting to see some problems here on our page. At least one small problem. Notice this 200 here. So this text here was not supposed to be styled in the same way as these tags here. So as these categories. So these ones are bold and with this special font, but this is also a span, right? So in the form, you see that this is also a span, right? And so of course, this element also gets selected just like these other ones. So just like this one, for example. And so of course, it also gets bold and it also has this font size. But it's not supposed to. We actually don't want that. We want the regular size here. So basically we are running into a problem here with this span selector. And imagine even another situation. So let's say that we had another paragraph somewhere. So maybe right after this list here. Let's say built by Jonas. So just temporary. But let's say that this text here should just be very small. So it shouldn't have all this big size and not be as big as the facts. So that's kind of a problem, right? Because we need to select this paragraph here in a different way than these ones. So how could we do that? Well, basically we can give these paragraphs here a special name and then select them by that name. So that's best exemplified by actually doing it. So the way that we give elements a name is by specifying the class attribute. So class, and then let's say that this is a fact. All right. And now let's go ahead and use the same name here on this other paragraph, because this one is also a fact. So class, fact. Not like that. Okay, so for now, of course, everything looks the same. So nothing changes for now, but now we will actually change it. So going back to our style, we can now change the selector. So instead of selecting all the paragraph elements, we only want to select the ones which have the class of fact. So we can use the class selector, which is dot, and then the name of the class. So that's fact. So we write dot fact. And so now this rule will only apply to all the elements that have the class of fact. So let's give it a save. And so these two elements look the same as before, but this one, which does not have the class of fact, has no styling applied to it at all. And so that's just what we were looking for. And now let's do the same thing with these category tags here. So very simple. We just come to this span here, and we give it the class of tag, for example. And of course, we could give it any name that we want, but we should just username that makes sense. So both of them are tags. And again, for now, nothing changes because we need to change our CSS. So now we no longer want to select all the spans, but only the ones that have the class of tag. And so now when we save this, these two should stay the same, but this one should go back to basically have no styles at all. And indeed, that's what happened. And so when we write CSS, usually most of the time we style using classes. In the case of the h1 here, it's not a problem because there's only one h1. And so we can safely keep using the element selector, and the same with the unordered list. Because in fact, we do want all the unordered list elements to have no list style. Even if we kept adding more and more, usually we never want them to have the bullet points. And so this is safe to do here. Okay, and now finally, as I said in the beginning of this lecture, we are actually going to learn about another tool in this video. So that tool is the developer tools, which is a tool that is vital to our work as web developers. So we can open that in different ways. The one I like the most is to simply right-click somewhere on the page and then click Inspect. Okay, and then it opens this panel here. Let's make it a bit smaller and zoom in a bit so you can see it. Not that much, maybe. Okay. Make it a bit bigger even. Well, then it disappears. So let's just make all of it bigger. Now, as I said, there are multiple ways. So another one is to just, in the menu bar, we go here to View, and then Developer, and then Developer Tools. And then here we need to go to the Elements tab. So what we see here is that we have the exact representation of the page that we built in our HTML. So going back here, you see that we have the header, the form, and the main. And so, of course, that's also what we can see here with this nice highlighting. And then, of course, we can open it up and explore the entire HTML tree, basically. And here we can now do all kinds of manipulations. For example, we could just hit delete here, and then this HTML would be gone, right? And so that's why it's called developer tools, because it's for us developers to do some experiments. And we could get rid of this, and yeah, of everything. Now we can just reload it and everything gets back because, of course, this does not affect the HTML file itself. Now, usually what's more interesting is actually the styles here on the right side. So if we come here, for example, to the h1 that we already styled, so if we select it, here we can see all the styles that we have been applying, right? So here we have the font size and everything really. And what's really cool about this is that we can now turn these styles on and off, basically to run some experimentations. For example, I can just basically remove this text align property just to see what it looks like without it. Or the same thing with the font size, or I can try to make it bigger here. I can try to just write another number, or I can even use the up and down arrow keys and just keep increasing it like this. So this is extremely useful when we're designing in the browser, just to run some quick experimentations to see how different properties look like. So maybe we are not really sure if we want to make the text uppercase, so we can just, well, turn it on and off like this. We can also see that many different CSS rules are actually applying to the same element. So down here we have another h1, but here it says user agent style sheet, which basically is some CSS that is a default CSS from the browser. So by default, the font size is this 2M value. And so if we turn off the font size, then that is the font size that we get. Okay, so this is the font size that we have without any styling, and it comes directly from the browser. But then once we activate our own, then this one from the browser gets overwritten. All right, and the same thing actually happens when we select the element multiple times, but a bit more about that later. For now, I just want you to experiment maybe a little bit with this tool, as it can be a lot of fun. And yeah, you can run some experiments, as I was saying. And then, yeah, once you're ready doing that, you can just move on to the next video. Let's now add some color to our design, and in particular to the page's background and also changing the text color. And let's start by adding some color to our h1 element by using the color property. So color is simply for setting text color. Now in CSS, there are many different ways of defining colors, and one of them is by using one of these basically predefined CSS color keywords. So basically you have one keyword for all of these different colors. And so we can just write one of these keywords here, and then the text will basically get that color. You can write something else like blue, violet in this case. And yeah, so the text then gets that color. However, that's usually not what we do when we define colors in CSS. Usually we use something called the RGB model. So we can write colors like this. We write this sign, and then here we can define 6 different numbers which range from 0 to F. So these are basically special numbers which do not only go from 0 to 9, but from 0 to F. So there are 16 different values, and that's why we say these are hexadecimal values. For example, we can say 2, 3, 4, and then A, B, C. So that would give us this shade of blue right here. Okay. Now in VS Code, actually we can just hover over a color value like this, and then we get this nice color picker from which we can choose. So here we can basically choose this base color, and then here we can define how bright and how dark we want it. Then we just give it a save, and here you see the result. And in fact, here in our data.js, we also had a couple of color values already defined, and you see here that they use exactly this hexadecimal number notation. And if you're wondering what these numbers here actually mean, well, the first 2 numbers are for the amount of red in a color. The second 2 here, so the A and the 3 in this case, oops, so the A and the 3 are for the amount of green in the color, and then the final 2 are for the amount of blue. So any color in CSS is defined by red, green, and blue. And so that's why this is called the RGB model. This color here, for example, has very high values in the red channel. So E and F are like 14 and 15. And so the color is very red, as you can see here. While this one is very blue, as it has large numbers here. Okay, but that doesn't really matter here, so you don't really need to understand that for now. But I thought you might find it curious. Okay, now when we do a real design, we do not simply specify random colors. So we just don't come here and pick a color that we like and call it a day. So usually we go to some predefined color palettes where the designer selected colors that work well with each other. And one of these palettes is called Tailwind Colors. So please write Tailwind Colors to your Google, and then it is probably right the first one here. So the one that says Tailwind CSS and then customizing colors. So if you find that, please open it. And so here you have these colors that I was talking about. So this color palette. Let's open it up a little bit more. Well, that doesn't really make a difference. But anyway, so here you have different predefined colors for different base colors. So red, orange, amber, all of that. And in fact, this is where all these colors that I have here came from. I simply pre-selected them so that we don't have to now use a lot of time for that. Okay. So what I want to do first now is to define a background color for our page. And remember that we're basically going for this kind of dark look that we have here. So in our base colors here in Tailwind CSS colors, we can go for one of these ones here. And the one that I like the most in this case is Stone, because it has this kind of brown touch, so to say. So to just select one of these colors, we can just click it, or of course, copy the RGB value here, so this hexadecimal number. So just clicked it, and now we need to use it. So going back to our page and to our CSS, we now want to apply this background color to the entire page. So how should we do that? Well, we could apply it individually to the header, to the form, and well, to the main part here. And that would work, but even better, we could simply select the entire visible part of the page, which remember is the entire body element. So let's do that. So the body selector, and now the well-named property of background color. And now just paste it in there, give it a save, and there you go. So that's the same background color as we have here, right? And now let's make the text white, of course, because otherwise we cannot read anything. So let's go back to our tailwind color here. And now I will basically choose the lightest of all. So this one here. So I could simply make the text white as well, but it's better to just keep within this same basically color palette. So we started with this one here or this one. And so now for the white, we use one of these as well. So we want all this text to make white or to be white. So here we already have it, of course. So just paste it in there. And now it's white. And now the same for the fact and for the text. Now we will do this in a better way in the next lecture, but for now let's just roll with it. And beautiful. So that looks quite nice. And actually we can get rid of this part down here, this paragraph. This was just to show you something in the last lecture with the class selector. Remember that? Okay, and now we are almost done. We already know how to work with colors a little bit at this point. So let's just do some final refinements here. So you see that in our final app, actually the box for the facts has a little bit of a lighter background color, and the same for the form. So that should be very easy to do, right? And actually, if you want, you can just pause the video and select one of these colors, probably the next one. So this one here maybe, and then add it as a background color to these two elements. So all of the facts and to the form. So you need to select the form, which we haven't done yet, and then you can add it as a background color if you'd like to do that. Okay, maybe you paused the video and had some fun doing that. So again, I will now use this color here because it's basically the next one in our palette. So copy it, and now starting with the facts, background color, paste and save. And here we go. So of course it doesn't look as nice as the original yet, but we will get to that. Okay, and now for the form. So it's simply this form element, and we could select it simply like that. But for the most important elements on the page, I actually like to give them a class, even if it's only one element. Okay, so we could of course select it directly, again using the form selector, but here I will simply give it the name. So basically the class of fact form. Okay. So I like to place these elements a bit more to the top, or actually a bit more like according to where they also are in the HTML. So then it's easier to find them. So background color again. And you see that actually CSS or VS Code actually is starting to suggest us the colors that we're already using in the file. So these three colors are the ones that we are using. So here, here, and here. And so VS Code is really helpful in telling us that. So we just need to click it, and here we are. So that's how we work with colors. But let's imagine that we have many, many different text elements to which we need to give this white color, so this white text color. It wouldn't be really nice to having to select all of them and add this color property to them, right? Because it could be 100 elements, and then that would be way too much work. And so in the next video, I will show you a nice solution to that problem. Let's now quickly talk about the very important concept of inheritance in CSS and also introduce you to the global selector. So remember how I said by the end of the last lecture that it wouldn't be a lot of fun having to add this white color property to all the elements that we want to have a white text, right? Would be way too much work. So there are some solutions to that. The first one would be to basically select every single element on the page and then give them that color. So in CSS, there's something called the global selector, which is this asterisk, and then just like this. So color, and then we can actually select it from here. And even if I now delete this from here, you see that the color is still white everywhere. And that includes places where before it wasn't, like inside these buttons, even this text right here. And of course, it would work with other properties. So we could also say background color red for every single element, and then that would look like that. Now you see that actually here, this background color that we did define for the facts will basically take precedence over this one, but that's another topic. So if we define something on an element, then it will basically override what comes from the global selector here. But of course we don't want this anyway, and so let's go back here. Now you see there are some problems. For example, these buttons also have white text right now, and we don't want that. So instead, we want to leverage a very important concept in CSS, which is called inheritance. And inheritance basically means that some CSS properties will get inherited from parents to children. So with parents, of course, I mean elements that have other elements inside of them. So for example, this header is the parent of this image and this h1, right? So what we can do now is to add the color property to an element that is the parent of all of these here. So which element is that? Well, it's the body. And so what we usually do in CSS is that we add the color property to the body. Okay, so that's way better. Give it a save. And so all of the elements, or most of them, are now still white, but not all of them. Because some of the elements, and especially that's form elements, so buttons and input values like this one here, they do not inherit colors or even anything else. But most of the elements do inherit this color property. And so therefore, it's a very good option to always put it here on the body. Because again, the body element is the common parent of all other elements that are on the page. Now, as I said before, only some properties will actually get inherited. So usually that's most properties that are related to text. So we could also do text transform like we did on the h1 element and put everything to uppercase like this. And then you see that all the rest here, so in this case only these paragraphs, they also get transformed to uppercase because this is a text property, and so it gets inherited from this common parent. All right. But for example, a background color, that wouldn't make a lot of sense to get inherited always to all the children, right? So background color, let's try red again. And so now only basically the entire page gets the color, but not everything else, right? So before, when we had it in the global selector, all the buttons were red as well because all of them got selected. But now the background color does not get inherited down to all the elements. So it only stays on the body. Okay, so the easiest trick to remember is basically that most color properties get inherited and the other ones do not. And in fact, that allows us to now do something, which is to move this font family here also to the body, right? Because then both the fact and the tag will inherit it automatically. Well, actually not in this case, because the tag is another font family. So this one has Coiny. But basically most of the page, we want it to be this one, so the Sono. For example, this 200 that we have right here, it should also have basically this default font. And so if we move this to the body, then all the elements that don't have a font family defined on their own will inherit it. So paste that here. And so as we save, this here should stay the same, and we should see the same font family applied to this 200 here. And indeed, that looks different now. And again, yeah, these buttons and the form elements, they do not inherit this font because they are special elements. We need to basically style them a little bit differently, as we will do at the end of the section. Great, so that's a really important concept in CSS. Hopefully that made sense. If I was going a little bit too fast, well, then that's just because this is called a crash course. As always, or as I maybe mentioned before, I have, of course, bigger courses that go more into depth into all of this. Especially, I have a really nice HTML and CSS course where you understand all of this a little bit step by step. But here, of course, we just want to build this application and to get to learn a little bit of CSS. And so hopefully you understood this concept. Of course, you can go back, watch the video again. But yeah, otherwise, let's just move on right to the next one, where we will talk about one of the most important things of CSS. One of the most fundamental parts of CSS is the box model. So in order to progress in this section, we now need to learn what the box model is all about. So, what is the box model? Well, the box model defines how elements are displayed on a web page and how they are sized. So in this box model, each and every element on a page can be seen as a rectangular box. Now, each of these boxes can of course have some content. For example, text, an image, a table, or something else. Then, around the box, we can define a border using a special CSS property. So a border goes around the entire element and is still part of the element. Now, the next aspect of the box model is padding. So padding is basically empty space that we can create around the element's content. So between the content and the border. And you can see that nicely here in this diagram. Now, just like the border, the padding is also still inside of the element. So essentially, padding is empty space that we can create inside elements. And with this, we actually finish the visible part of the element. So the part of the element that is contained inside of the box. Now, by default, the dimensions of the box are automatically defined by its content. However, we can also manually set the box dimensions using the width and height properties. This width and height will include the padding and the border as long as we set the box sizing property to border box. But anyway, now moving outside the actual visible element, we have margin. And margin is similar to padding because it also creates empty space, but this empty space is around the element, so it's located outside of the element itself. In practice, we use margin to create space between elements. So if, for example, we want space between two certain elements on our page, we simply specify the margin property on one of them. Now, just note that all these properties are optional, of course, so we haven't been using them and our page has still been working fine. So we don't have to specify paddings or a border or margins or even some width or some height. So we can define none of them or some of them or even all of them. It really depends on how we want our layout to look like. Okay, and now that we have a good idea of the box model and how all these properties work, let's go back to code. Now, if we look at our page here, we see that actually there's already a lot of predefined space. So all of the space here that we see around this heading, for example, is coming from somewhere. So we can see that nicely in the developer tools here. So when we hover over this H1, or we can also just right click directly on this element and inspect. And so then we get it also highlighted here. So you see that up there, the blue part is basically for the content and the orange parts are for the margin. And in fact, if we come down here and take a look again at these user agent style sheets, then we see that there are some margin properties which have these values here. And the same is true for this paragraph here. So you see, again, the orange space is basically the margin of the element. So in order to style our page, it is best to actually reset all of these margins and paddings. So basically get rid of everything that the browser adds by default. And so that's where our global selector here comes into play again. So basically what we want to do is to remove padding and margin on every single element. Now with the text, we did that here on the body. Remember the text color and the font family, because these properties did get inherited to the child elements. But margin and paddings do not. So we need to set them explicitly on every single element. And so that's when we use the global selector. So selecting every single element and set the margin to 0 and the padding to 0 as well. Okay, so all the space has disappeared, and now we can easily add our own space in order to create our own design. All right, let's just get rid of this text align here, because this was just to show you it's not actually part of our final design. What we also need to do before we can start, as I mentioned at the beginning of the lecture, is to add the box sizing property. So in order for the box model to work in the way that I just showed you before, we need to set box sizing to border box on every single element of the page, because only then the height and width properties work as expected. And so this is a default, basically all of this here. This is kind of a default that we do on every single page that we write. So like a global reset. Some people do some more things, but I like to keep it simple and do it like this. So I have this here on every single page that you will see from me. But anyway, let's now start adding back some space here to make our page look designed. So first, let's take a look at our big parts of the page, which are this header here, the form, and this main part here, remember. So we have the header, the form, and main, right? So actually, just like with the form, I like to give the header here also a class, so that then in the CSS, we select everything using a class. So let's just call it header as well. So now the header has a distinct name and fact form as well. So let's select that here with, again, the class selector and then the name of the class. And now we can add to start some margin here. So we can write margin, let's say 40 pixels. And you see immediately it added 40 pixels, or at least some space here, around the entire element. So we can select that here. And then there in orange, you see that space. And if we turn it on and off here, then you see how it changes. So that's what we use this inspector here and these dev tools for. All right. So remember how I mentioned before that we use margin basically to create space between elements. And so in this case, I want a margin simply to create some vertical space between this header and the form, and then also between the form and the main part. And so we can set these margins on only specific sites. So I can say, for example, margin dash left. Now you can see it. But so here you see that the space has only been added to the left side. So the orange bar is there now only on the left. Or we could say also margin top and then 300 pixels. And then it moved down 300 pixels. So we created some space with that. Okay, but in fact, what we are interested in here is this vertical space. And so what we usually do to create vertical space is to simply add some space to the bottom of the element. So that will look like this. All right, so we have 40 pixels now at the bottom of the header. And so let's do the same for the fact form. So that will then create some space here as well. So margin bottom, let's again go with 40 pixels. And so that looks a little bit nicer. And it starts looking more similar to what we have here. So here we have those 40 pixels and here those other 40 pixels. Okay, so next up, let's add some spacing here to these facts here. Let's close that and come here. All right. But before we do that, we actually need to change something in our HTML, I think at least. So you see that here we added the class of fact only to the paragraphs, right? And so that's why these buttons here, they are outside of this box with the color. So with the background color of this gray, right? But in fact, what we want the fact to be is this entire list item here, so that it also includes basically these buttons here. So this box with the buttons. And so what we need to do now is to grab this and cut it and actually put it here on the list. So if we give this a save, you see that this first one here has already been changed, and so the buttons are now inside. And again, we can see that nicely by right-clicking. And so, yeah, so the fact here now is this entire element. And you see it became blue, so it has now that paragraph and also this div here inside of it. So again, I want you to get into this habit of using this inspector like this all the time, as it's really helpful to really grasp what is going on. Let's now do the same here. Give it a save, and there we go. So now what we need to do is to add some margin, because, well, right now it doesn't even look like two facts, but only as one fact, because there's just no space between them. And so again, what we can do to add that vertical space is to add a margin to the bottom. So remember the class is fact. And so let's come here and add our margin bottom. And here let's go for a smaller value, let's say 16 pixel. And so that's already a lot nicer. But we can do still better. So we used margin to create space outside of elements. But now remember that we can also use padding to create space inside of elements. So here, this text is really like smashed to the sides of this box. So that's not really what we want. And so we use padding now to add space inside of the box. So let's also try 16 pixels here. And there you go. So now you have some space inside. So padding is really useful when we have some background color or, for example, some border. And since we're talking of border, let me just quickly show you how we would create a border. So to create a border, we just write the border property. And now for the first time, we have a property that accepts multiple values. So we need to specify 3 different things for a border. First, the width, for example, 4 pixels. Then basically the style, which can be solid, or it can be dotted, or dashed, or things like that. And then finally the color. So let's say simply red here, and give it a save, and there it is. So there is the border, and it could be also, for example, dashed, and so on and so forth. So for now, that's not really what we want. I just wanted to show you how we can specify a border. But we were talking about padding, right? And just like with margin, we can actually specify it on different sides. So we can also write padding left, for example, let's say 40 pixels, and watch what happens now. Well, nothing happened. That's because I was missing the T here. So padding left, of course, does not exist. Padding left does. And so you see that now there is a bigger space on this side. So the space on the other sides is still there because first we set it to 16, basically overall, and then we overrode the left side with this line that comes next. And by the way, if it was the other way around, if this was after, then this line of code would override this one. So here we set the left side first, but then after that we set all 4 sides to 16. And so then this one here would be lost, basically. But that's not what we want. Anyway, we want 16 everywhere. Or actually, let me show you even something else. So I hope that it's not being too much here. But yeah, just follow along here. So what I want to do now, which is something quite typical actually, is to add the same space on the top and the bottom, and on the left, on the right, some other space, so some bigger space. So basically I want to set the padding on the top to 16. I want the padding on the bottom to be 16. So yeah, that is working. And then I want the left side, let's say 30 for now, and also the right side. Okay, so different values vertically and horizontally. So vertically 16, horizontally on the left and right 30. And since this is very common, there is something called a shorthand for setting padding like this. So instead of writing these 4 lines, we can simply use padding again, and then we can set 2 values. So we can set the first one to 16, which will be the vertical, and then the second one to 30, which will be horizontal. So if we delete all this, then you see that it is still working the same. And if we added 300 here, well, that's a bit too much maybe. So you see that it affected the left and the right sides. Okay, so we do this all the time. So this was very important for me to show you. The actual value that I want to use is simply 24, just to give it a bit more space and make it look nicer in the design. Okay, but let's move on from this part now and go here to this form. So here we also have some background color, but it doesn't look really nice. So usually we always need some padding there. So let's go to the form and add some padding there as well. And let's again do different vertical and horizontal spacing. So 16 as well for top bottom, and let's say even 40 pixels on the sides, so left and right. Okay, so this is starting to look a little bit nicer. And just to finish now, let's fix something else, which is basically that all of these boxes here are now glued to the sides, and including, of course, all this content over here. And again, that is happening because we did this global reset. So we want to add some of that space back, and we want it inside of the page. So the page, remember, is basically the entire body. And so we want space inside of that, and so we can use padding on the body. So let's say 48 pixels for now, or just 40 just like the rest. We will fix this a little bit later. And great. So that's looking better, and it's looking definitely closer to what we have here. Right? Here we have everything already laid out, and here not, but trust me, we are getting there. But before we do that, we need to quickly talk about something called inline and block elements right in the next lecture. In this video, we need to talk about a fundamental characteristics of elements, which is that each element is either a block level or an inline element. So, most elements on a page are so-called block level elements. But what actually is a block level element? Well, basically a block level element is an element that occupies 100% of the width that is available from the parent. So that sounds a bit strange. So let me show that to you easily by adding a background color to this H1, which is in fact a block level element. So if we just, for testing here, add a background color of red, you see that it occupies 100% of the space that is available to it. So that's all the way from the right side here to the left side, which accepts, of course, the padding. So the padding is not available, but then 100% of the available space is occupied by this element. On the other hand, we have so-called inline elements, which are all the elements that only occupy the space that they actually need for the content. And we can immediately see here some examples of that. So for example, this input field here, this button, and in fact, all of these buttons, they are really small. So they basically only occupy this space that they need for the content and nothing else. So the same is true for this here. So this tag, I wanted to quickly show that to you. So that's a span element. And remember that the span was simply basically for some small generic text. And so this is also an inline element. And the same again for the button and also for this strong element. So let's take the example of this span, so with the class of tag. And so I will add the red background color here as well. And so now you will see the fundamental difference. So again, this one only occupies the space that it needs, while this one occupies all the space that it can, basically. And this has different implications, for example, for the box model. So let's see what happens when we add a margin here to this tag. So just margin, and let's say 30 pixels, so we can actually see it. Well, maybe even some more, so 50 pixels. So you see that the margin has actually been added here to this left side, right? But not really to the top. So no space was created to the top and to the bottom of the inline element. So we can see that here. Where is it? Right here. So we have the span element, and we clearly see here by the orange bars that the margin has only been added to the left and the right. And the same is true for padding, actually. So if we add a padding of 50 pixels, you see that the color was actually added, but then it didn't create any space again. So now you see it all around the element, but that is only visually. So it didn't create any new space on the page. That's why it's now overlapping with this text. While if you did the same on the H1, then we would see that everything else simply moves up and down. Okay, and so this is something important that you need to keep in mind whenever you work with the box model. Now, something that is very interesting is that we can actually change the type of the element by using the display property. So we can actually transform this inline element to a block level element by setting display to block. And so what happens now? So just like the H1, now this element did create a lot of space for the padding. So it's no longer overlapping its sibling elements. And also it now occupies 100% of the available width. So sometimes this can be a helpful trick, but not really in this case, actually. Now, one other important application that this has is the way that the text align property works. So before we used already text align here, and so let me show it to you again. So text align center, and so now basically the content will be centered inside of this box. So basically the text content. If we added any other child elements, these would not be centered because they are not really text. Okay, so the text is centered inside of this box. But if we did the same here on the tag, which is an inline element, then nothing really would happen. So if we give it a save, then nothing will happen. And as you see, it looks exactly as before. And if you think about this, then it actually makes sense. So up here, this box occupies all the space that it has. And so therefore the text can easily be centered in it. But here, this element only occupies the space that it already needs for its content. So no more space than that. And so it means there's no empty space in which any centering could happen. Okay. So let's remove that and let's remove it here. And now just one final thing that you might find curious is that CSS basically treats these inline elements as though they were text. So here we have all of these elements as inline. So we can see that. So we have input, that's inline, we have span, that's an inline, and also the select and button. And so if they are treated as text, then in the form, which is here, we can set text align center and watch what happens. So everything is nicely centered. So that's a nice trick to also keep in mind with inline elements. Okay. So let's remove this. We no longer need these colors. Here I will actually keep the text align for now. It looks a bit nicer than this. And here let's also get rid of the padding and also the background color. Even though, since we are working on this tag, let's actually format it a little bit also. So let's go back here to our original. So you see that each of these tags, so each of these categories has a different background color. And so let's do that now here as well. So we have technology and society. So each of them will have a different background color. And we could achieve that in different ways. So we could create a class called technology with one background color and then another class called society with the other background color. So that would be one option, or we could also add it as a so-called inline style. So remember how in the beginning of the section I said that we could write CSS in 3 different places. So inside the head, inside an external file, or also right inside of the element. And so that's what we will do now. So let's come here and let's add the style attribute. So now we're back to HTML. Okay, and now we simply write the CSS property here and the value. So basically we can write a CSS declaration right here. So background color, let's start with red again. And yeah, so now only this one is red, and this one we didn't give any style yet. So now we have that data, remember, right here. So we can copy the color and then just use it here in the HTML. Don't forget the hash and then the values. Okay, beautiful. And now the same thing for this other one. And I'm doing it this way because later, when we actually do this with JavaScript, it will be a little bit easier this way. So society is this yellow one. And again, the hash, and then the 6 numbers. Okay, nice. So let's just add some padding here just to, well, make it a bit more beautiful like this. It's not perfect. So let's actually give it the same value for the top and bottom and for the left and right. Well, actually, maybe that's not such a good idea because for some reason with this font face or this font family, it adds some space here to the bottom while it doesn't add any space to the top. So we kind of need to account for that. So we want to add some space to the top maybe, but not to the bottom. So basically what we want is padding top of 3 pixels. So now it looks like there's the same space on the top and the bottom, and then left and right side of 10 pixels. So padding left and padding right. Okay, that's looking good. All right, and with this, we kind of finished the, let's say, introductory part of CSS and are now ready to move on to create some very small and simple layouts. So in the next lecture, we will take a first look at Flexbox and creating some very simple layouts with it. So that's going to be really exciting. So let's quickly move on to the next video. So let's now take a look at one of the greatest things of CSS, and that is Flexbox. So Flexbox is basically a set of related CSS properties that we can use to create some simple layouts. So what do I actually mean by layouts? Well, a layout is basically that we place elements wherever we want them to be on the page. So right now, everything here is simply one after another. So we have this image, then next we have this text, next we have this button, and so everything just comes one after another. However, that's not really what we have here, for example. So here we have everything nicely laid out. So here on this left side, we have the image and the text, which basically counts as the logo. And then on the other side of the same line, we have this button, right? Then below that, we have this entire part where again, we have some kind of simple layout. So we have these buttons on the left and this list on the right. So again, this is basically a layout because we were able to place everything exactly where we wanted it to be. And so let's now do that with Flexbox. And we will start here actually with this top part. So we will start with the header basically. And so as always, it's always a good idea, at least when we are still learning, to give things some background color to see what's going on. And we're using our friend red again here. So we basically want this part here to be on one side and this button on the other side, right? Let's check that out in our HTML before we start doing anything. So inside the header, we have the image, the h1, and the button, right? And remember that we basically count this one here as a logo. It's all on one side, and then we have this one on the other side. So before we start doing anything, let's actually put these two together in a box and call it a logo, basically. So let's use the generic box of a div, which you will find is the most used CSS box, basically, of all. It just doesn't have any meaning, but these other ones like header, form, and main, they are mostly for the big layout parts. But when we just need a small box like this, we usually reach for a div. Okay, so we called that logo here, see? And then I'm cutting these two and placing them in there. And for now, you see that doesn't change anything, but it will in a second when we use Flexbox. So notice how right now in the header we have two elements. We have this div and we have this button. And one is here and the button is right after it. So now we will change that with Flexbox. So the way we activate basically Flexbox on this container is by saying display and set it to flex. And immediately you see that something changed here. So first of all, let's give these things some names so that we are all talking about the same thing. So the header here, which is this element with the red background, is the so-called flex container, because that's where we added display set to flex. And then all of the direct children, so in this case, that's this div and this button, are the flex items. And so you see that now the flex items, they are side by side like this, which is already great. But now, of course, we need to take it a bit further. So Flexbox gives us tools to basically vertically and horizontally align items. And let's start with vertically, where we use the align items property. Align items. And here we can now use a lot of different properties. And again, VS Code is really helpful because it is showing us all these different options. So the most used one by far is the center. So what this means is that this element is now centered vertically with this one, which before we had Flexbox in CSS was really, really difficult. And now it simply takes 2 lines of code. So that's just really amazing. So let me inspect this here just so you see. So again, we have the 2 flex items, this one, and And so again, they are now vertically centered with one another. And just so we see it even a bit better, let's also add some background color here to the logo. So remember, we gave it the class logo. And let's simply use blue here. Okay, maybe some padding here. And again, this is all just we see a bit better what is actually going on. Okay, so hopefully that's what you expected. So again, we have our two flex items inside of the flex container, which are now already vertically aligned. But it could be also aligned to the top, for example. Then we would use flex start, which sometimes is also very helpful, or flex end, like this, or even the default, which was stretch. So this is what we had at the very beginning, where this button was suddenly the size of this other element. So it was stretched to occupy the entire flex container. Okay, but anyway, what we want here is align them to the center. Okay, so that is vertical alignment. And now we can also align it horizontally. Well, technically in Flexbox, it's not called horizontally and vertically because we can even change the alignment direction. But here we're not going to do that. We will just keep it very simple. Just know that there is a lot more to Flexbox than what you will learn here. But again, if you're curious about that, you can then check out my special HTML and CSS course. But anyway, let's now talk about the horizontal alignment. And for that, we use justify content. So those names, they are maybe a little bit confusing and difficult to memorize, but with use, you will get there. So we can use again center, and then that will basically take this entire block here and center it horizontally. Okay. Then we can also align everything to the right, which would be again flex end, and of course to the left, which is the default of flex start. So these are the most basic ones, but now there's also some special ones. And the most special one is called space between. So what do you think is going to happen now? Well, let's see. And there it is. So what space between does is to basically take all the empty space that is remaining in the container and then place it between the items in an even way. So right now we cannot really see that. So we cannot see that it's really so even. But if we added another button here, let's just copy this. Actually, we can copy paste it a couple of times and just put any content here. And so you see that they now have the same space between all of them. And so again, that is exactly what space between does. So it gives the same space between all the different flex items. And this is really extremely helpful for things like doing page navigations or stuff like that. And it's also very helpful when we only have two elements and we basically want to push each to one side. And so that's exactly what we have here. So what we have here. So we have this entire box, the entire heading, and then we have one thing on the left and the other on the right. And so that's when justify content space between comes in really, really handy. So let's delete these ones we don't need. And then let's go back here. And actually that's already it for the header. Okay. And now just to practice, basically let's do the same thing on the logo. So in the logo, remember, we have two things. We have this image and we have the text, which is an H1 element, which means that it will always create a new line. That's why it's not beside this image. But we want it to be besides the image. And so we can again use Flexbox. So we say display flex. And so they are now automatically side by side. However, the vertical alignment is not really correct. And so let's fix that with, again, align items and set it to center. Okay, so that's a bit better, but it's still not 100% vertically centered. But that's only because of that issue that I told you before, which is that this font family has some weird spacing on the bottom. So that's why here in the last lecture when we did this, we didn't create any space on the bottom, I believe. So where is it? Ah, here. So if we give it some background color, again, using that tool, then you will see, actually it has a lot of space. So it has some on the top and some off the bottom. And yellow is just really hurting my eyes right now. So let's try some purple, something like that. Yeah, that's better. So it's still occupying a lot of space. And one way in which we can fix that is this is also a new property we didn't talk about before. Or maybe we did. I think we actually did. So let's just set it here to 1 in this case. And so now you see that it's no longer taking up any space on the top, but still here at the bottom. So this we cannot fix, and this is basically some mistake with the font itself. So in order to just really center it vertically, we can just create some hack here basically and add some margin to the top. So basically to move it down a little bit. Okay, get rid of the background color here. And so now that looks quite nice. Maybe a little bit more, 6 pixels. And yeah, now that's vertically centered as well. Okay, now there's just one thing left, which is that here the text is really glued to the image, right? We would really like to have some space here. So how do you think we could achieve that? Well, we could do it in multiple ways. So we could add some margin right to this image. And so that would then create some empty space on the right side, right? That would be one option. We could also set some margin on the left on this H1. So that would then create some margin there. Let me just show you that. Margin right, 20 pixels. And actually that doesn't really work here. Well, actually it did. So here they are, the 20 pixels, but I wanted the left, of course. So I wanted margin left, and so that's working fine. So this would work, but there is a better approach. So the better approach is to use flexbox again, because on the flex container, which remember in this case is logo, we can create or we can define a gap property. And gap will do exactly what you think it does, which is to create a gap between all the flex items. So even if we had multiple of them, there would now always be this gap of 16 pixels. So this is really, really helpful again. And with this, we are actually done with the header. So that's looking really great, and all with a few lines of Flexbox CSS, basically. So yeah, a few years ago, we didn't have Flexbox, and it was really, really a pain to do these kinds of things. But now it's just really, really straightforward. You just need to practice this a little bit, and then even using Flexbox will become second nature. And now let's just get rid of all the things that we did to visualize Flexbox. So that's this padding in the header, this background here, and also this background. Give it a save, and there you go. So this is already looking exactly the same as here. It's just smaller here because we zoomed out the page. Beautiful. So this is looking great. And now in the next lecture, we will use some more Flexbox to format these facts, because this, of course, also isn't looking yet as we want it to look. And so we will again use Flexbox, but first, let's take a break. Let's now practice Flexbox a little bit more by creating a small layout for each of our facts. So in our final app, what each fact looks like is this. Let's put it a bit bigger. So on the left, we have the text, then we have the category tag, and then here on the right, we have these voting buttons, basically. And you see here in this one that everything is nicely and vertically aligned. So that shouldn't be all too hard to implement using Flexbox, right? So let's come to our fact here. But before we start writing any CSS for Flexbox, we should always first see what exactly are our flex items going to be. So let's do that. So here inside this fact, we have a paragraph and we have this div. So right now we only have really these two flex items. However, as we saw here before, we really have these three things. Let me do it bigger again. So here we have these three things that are participating in the layout. We have the text, we have the tag, we have the buttons, right? So basically this means that we have three flex items, where here we can only really find two of them. We have the buttons, but then we have the paragraph, which includes both the text and the tag. So basically we want to separate them now. So I want to take the category out of the paragraph. Okay, because only by doing this, we can now treat it as a different flex child. So we can align it then in relation to the text and to the buttons, where before it was kind of hidden inside of the text. And so inside of this paragraph. And then Flexbox couldn't really access it inside of there. And of course, we now need to do the same thing here and make sure that you really select everything correctly here. Okay, but Prettier will help you with that. So if you selected it wrong and you then paste it, then if you save it, Prettier will not like format it correctly. So it will not format anything, and maybe you will even get some error down here. So it might become red or something. And so then you can see that maybe something is wrong. Okay. So again, we are formatting our fact now, giving it a layout. And so that's what the flex container is going to be. So display flex, give it a save. And then let's come here. And already something happened, right? Let's make it even bigger. Well, that doesn't actually change much. Yeah, so let's just leave it like this. And now let's go to the alignment. So we want a vertical align, remember? And so for that, we use, again, align items and set it to center. And there we go. So we have that here. So we can see that here nicely that it is indeed vertically centered. So just like here. We don't have the buttons as nicely yet, but we will keep that for a little bit later. Next, let's add some space here between these elements. And for that, remember, we can use the gap property. So again, like I explained before, we could use margin also to create space. But when we're inside of Flexbox, then the gap property becomes more important for that. So let's do that here. So gap, again, will create some space between all the elements. So let's say 24 pixels. And so we have space here and here. Okay. So just watch what happens when we make this even bigger. So you see that these elements here are, of course, side by side and one after another. However, when we see what happens here, then these buttons, they always stay on the right side. So you see that? Here they are completely on the right side always, while here, right now, they are simply, well, one after another still, right? And so what we want is this here to be completely on the right. So the first thing that might come to mind is to do what we did here in the beginning. So that was, remember, justify content and then space between. So just like we did up here in the header. So let's give that a save. And indeed, now the buttons here are all the way to the right. However, this is not really the effect that we are looking for, because what space between does, remember, is to create the same space here and here. That, however, when we check out this, is not what we have. To make it clear, let's zoom out. Well, actually, that doesn't solve anything, but we can see it nicely here. So we can see that here, this society tag is still pretty close to the text itself, and then all the space is simply created here. So between this one and this one, right? And so in order to do that, there's a very nice trick that actually many people don't know about. And so, yeah, this will be a nice thing. So you will learn about something quite special in Flexbox. So instead of doing justify content, we will abandon that. And then what we will do is to actually add a margin here on these buttons. So let's first give them a class name. So here, class, let's say vote buttons, not buttons, vote buttons. And I will just copy this here to the other fact. Okay, now let's select that here. Vote buttons. And as I said, we will now set a margin to the left. So margin left. And now what value should we set here? So let's say we did 20 pixels, for example, and that would then create some space, I think. Let's see what happened. Yeah, so now this created some space. But how much space do we actually need so that this button goes all the way to the end? It would always be different, right? So we cannot really do it by eye. Let's just try that. So that wouldn't work. Let's say 180. That wouldn't work. 150. So this looks nice. But now what if we had another? So this you don't need to do what I'm doing now. This is just to show you something. So now if we had some really small fact here, then of course that would again completely mess up what we did, because we want this all the way to the right side, no matter the other content. So we can use a special keyword called auto. And so then Flexbox will automatically calculate the margin that is necessary. So if we save it now, you see that it went basically all the way to the right. So it created a margin. Let me see that here. So on the vote buttons, it created the margin, which again is visible by the orange, which is exactly the amount of margin that is necessary for the buttons to be all the way to the right. So if you come down here and inspect this one, then you see that the orange bar is a lot longer. Okay. So of course we don't need this one here. This was just to show you. All right. So this is how we create this layout with Flexbox. I just remembered that I wanted to change something else here about the text, which was the letter spacing. So the Flexbox part is done. Let's just specify another property here about text, which is a new one. So we can basically specify the space between the individual letters of the text. So we can set some pixels here. For example, watch what happens when I say 3 pixels. So there's a lot of space now between each of the letters. And in fact, that happens on all the child elements here. So on this one and also on this one, there's also a lot more space now. So let's go back just to the HTML. So the class fact is actually on the li element, but we set the text properties on this one. So that's the font size, the line height, and also now the letter spacing. So we set it here on this element, but now because of inheritance, remember, all the child elements did actually inherit that or those properties. So both the P and the span element, they both now have the same letter spacing, right? So now anyway, what I wanted to do here is to set it to actually -1. So this is a new one. So there is also negative length in CSS, not just positive ones. And so this was yet another small thing that I wanted to show you. Okay. Let's just put it back here just to see what happens. Yeah, so of course there's still some things that look not quite correct. but we will keep fixing that over the rest of the section. Now in the next lecture, we will take a look at yet another way of creating layouts in CSS, which is CSS Grid. So stay tuned for that. In this lecture, we will talk about the second way of creating layouts in CSS, which is CSS Grid. So just like Flexbox, CSS Grid is also a set of related CSS properties that we can use to create a layout. Now the big difference between Flexbox and CSS Grid is that CSS Grid is perfect for creating bigger and two-dimensional layouts. So basically, as the name says, for creating grids. Now before we apply CSS Grid to our page here, I want to very quickly create a small demo here just to show you what CSS Grid is all about and how it works. So this code that I'm going to write now, there's no need for you to write as well. You can just watch basically. So after this header, I will just create a div with the class of test. And then in there, I will create some paragraphs with the class of child. Let's just give it some number, and then I will just copy and paste it a few times. And let's do 5 children here. So that's what this looks like. And now let's style them. So test and child. Do it here at the very bottom so I can just easily delete it at the end. So again, you don't need to write this, but now you can see how I basically write CSS a bit faster. So let's give it a background color of black here. And each of the children will have a background color of, again, red. So that looks like this. Let's also give it some margin, let's say 100 pixels. So just so we have something to work with here. All right, let's change the font size here a little bit. Okay, there you go. And now it's time to apply CSS Grid. And just like Flexbox, we use the display property and set it to grid. So you see, nothing really changed. And that's because by default, these grid items are placed one after another as rows. So in CSS Grid, we have the concept of columns and rows. And so we can basically create some columns and some rows, and then our items will be placed inside of those cells, which is what they called like. So nothing better than writing an example. So the property for columns is grid template columns. Okay, so let's say 50 pixels and then another value for the second column. So we can create different columns simply by specifying different values here. So let's say we want the first one to have 50 pixels and the second one 200 pixels. And there we go. So now we immediately have some columns and then our items are automatically placed inside those columns and rows. And to see this a bit better, we can also, just like in Flexbox, add some gap here. So let's say 30 pixels. And in Grid, we can even specify a different column and row gaps. So let's do that. So let's say column gap 30, but row gap 50, for example. Okay, and of course, if we change this, then the column would get a little bit wider. And if we added a third value, well, then we would get a third column, and then the rows would of course change because we only have 5 elements. Right. And of course, we can also define the grid template rows. And so this will basically define the height of these rows. So let's say we want the first one to be 100 pixels and the second one 300 pixels high or tall. And so this is what we get. So we can completely customize basically how we want the elements to be laid out inside this two-dimensional grid. And this is really, really powerful and can be used in so many situations. Now, CSS Grid also introduced a very special unit, or a new unit, which is the FR unit. So instead of specifying some value here in pixels, we can write 1 FR. And so that will then occupy the remaining space. So if this one here was now only 20 pixels, then this one here would expand and occupy all the rest of the space that it can. And so this is an excellent way of specifying columns with the same width. So all of them 1 FR, and so we have 3 equally sized columns. Or if we use 2 FR, then the column in the middle will have double the size. So you see, and this is especially helpful because when we change the width of the page, then you see that everything adjusts, because then of course also this container gets bigger, and then everything gets bigger. And if we specified these values in pixels, then that would not be happening. Okay. So these are the very fundamentals of grid. So let's just delete all of it. And the same for the HTML. Where is that? Ah, yeah, this was at the very top. So right here. Okay, so now we're back to what we had before. And now let's use CSS grid here for our layout as well. However, we will not really create a two-dimensional grid because this is just a very simple layout. So here we have no situation where we would actually need something that I just showed you with these 2 dimensions. What I will do is simply a grid with 2 columns, and in one column we will place this text here, and on the other side we will place this entire list here. So going back to the example, basically all of this main part here will become a grid container, and then the first grid item is this here, this list, and the second one is this other list. Now you might wonder why then we are not simply using Flexbox in order to do that, since Flexbox is perfect for a basically one-dimensional layout like that. And the reason is that whenever we need to specify the exact width of one of the columns, so of one of the elements, then sometimes it can actually be better to use CSS grid. So that's the reason why we're doing that. So again, we will do that here on the main. And so as always, I like to give it a class name so that all our big layout parts have a class name. That then looks a little bit nicer also in our CSS. So let's do that here at the top. So usually I like to keep all the layout parts here at the top. And actually let me show you something, because we can create something called comments in CSS. So comments is code that is only for us to read, but the browser will completely ignore it. So we write that with the /* to open the comment, and you see that immediately everything turned gray, basically. Then to close it, another star and another slash, and we're back to normal. So let's just write layout here, or just layout. And this is not really a main layout. So let's just put it somewhere else here. Let's just say elements here. And so this is just to organize our code just a little bit. So let's come back here so we can actually see what we're doing. Okay, and so this main is what will become now our grid container. So remember, display grid, but that will not change anything. Also, I had a bug there, so a small mistake. But now let's actually do something with the grid. So let's create our columns. So grid, template, columns. And remember, we have 2 columns. The first one, I wanted to have a width of 250 pixels. And the second one should then simply occupy the rest of the space. And so that's where the 1FR comes into play again. So as I said before, whenever we need to display 2 elements side by side, and for one of them we really want to specify the width and want to make sure that it stays the same, then grid is a good tool to use. So let's give it a save, and there you go. So we have this on the one side and all of this, so this list, which in the future will grow a lot bigger. But for now we have it here on the left side. And for now we cannot really see that we need a gap here, but later we will need a gap. So let's add it. Actually here we can also see that, because the dev tools, they actually have some really nice functionalities for Flexbox and Grid. So first of all, you can see immediately here that this is a Flex container because the dev tool really tells us that here. And then we can click here. And so then even when we move out, we can still see like the grid container itself and the grid items and also the gap. So everything is very nicely displayed here so that we can work with this tool. And the same is true for grid. And here we can see these, what they are called grid lines. So 1, 2, 3, and so on. But these are more advanced things that we will not talk about here. Again, you can take a look at my CSS course that I have just for this. Okay, but anyway, we see that we have no gap here at all. And so we can add that now. So let's add a big gap of 48 pixels. Okay, so here it is now. And that's actually it for CSS Grid. That's all we needed to create the layout that we want. So this one here. So the buttons, of course, need some more styling. They don't have any styles at all at this point, but we will keep that for a little bit later. So there are about 5 or 6 more lectures left in this section. And so we will use those to basically make this page look exactly the same as the one that we've been looking at. So hopefully this has been a lot of fun, and yeah, I hope you will keep having some more fun in the rest of the section. So let's go there right now. One thing that's very common in web pages is that the content is centered in the browser. And so let's now learn how to do that. So up until this point, our page basically occupies the entire browser width, right? So even if we stretch this all the way out here, you see that basically the page occupies everything here. Except of course for this little bit of padding that we added to the side. Now, usually that's not really what we want. So what we're looking for is basically this, where we have the content here in the center, and then when the page becomes smaller, then of course it stays in the center like this, right? And so let's now try to implement that. Again, because this is very, very common to see in web pages. So how can we do that? Well, let's try to think about it. So if we want to center everything, so the entire content of the page, all of this here inside of the body, basically, it means that first of all, we need to have everything inside of one box, right? So that we can then basically center that box inside the browser, so inside the viewport. So basically all of this here will be in one box. And so as I showed you before, this box will then be centered here in the browser. Okay, so let's do that. And here I will again use a simple div for that. So basically a box that does not have any meaning. So this is really just for the purpose of this layout. And so I will just call it a container. So a generic div with a class of container. But of course it could have any other name as well. This is just something that I like to use. So let's cut this here. And then we need to put it right before the closing tag of the body, so that it really contains every single element on the page. So right here. Now for now, visually that will not really change, of course, but now we can do some changes by styling it. So main layout, let's do that right here. Container. Okay. So if we want to center a box in the browser, then that box, of course, needs to have a different width than the browser window. Otherwise, there's not really anything to center, right? And so let's give it a width. So we haven't still used that so the width and the height properties, and so this is a new thing. So let's experiment with different width here, and let's just start with 1400 pixels. Okay, and I need to manually reload, and there you go. Well, that's actually too big. Let's start actually with just 1000 pixels. All right, so here we have our page, and you know what I'm going to do next. I will give it a background color. Let's use this one called orange red that I like. It's a bit easier on the eyes. Okay, and so this is our container now. So we gave it a width, but now this box here basically needs to be centered inside of this viewport, so inside of the browser, right? So how could we do that? Well, there's actually multiple ways. So if you remember the few previous lectures, we could actually use Flexbox in order to center this container on the page, right? We could also use CSS Grid, but we are going to use something that's even simpler here. So that's actually one of the oldest CSS tricks, and we are going to use an automatic margin, basically. So the trick is that the margin on the right needs to be the same as on the left, and they need to be automatically calculated. So margin left needs to be auto, and margin right needs to be auto as well. And so this is also what we did before with Flexbox somewhere. Yeah, right here. So we basically allowed the browser to automatically calculate this margin here in order to push the buttons to the side. And here now we will, the browser automatically figure out the margins on the left and on the right side. And so since these two margins will be the same on the left and on the right side, it means that the page will be centered. So when I save this now, this is what we see. So we have the container, and so we see here these two margins, and they are exactly the same on both sides. Great, and now, here we go. So the page stays nicely centered because as we change the browser size, it will automatically recalculate the margins. And of course, it's going to look a bit prettier without the color, but first I actually need to show you something else, which is what happens once we go beyond the 1000 pixel threshold. So you see that now at some point, the page no longer fits on the screen. And so the problem is that the page is now less than 100 pixels wide, which is the width that we gave to this container. So as we start getting smaller, it starts to look really bad, right? So you never see anything like this on a real page. So we need to fix that, of course, because imagine the user is even like on a phone. So that would be a terrible experience, right? So instead of using width, we can actually use something better, something a bit more modern, and that is called max width. So let's see, and that's fixed. So what max width does is that whenever there is enough space to display the 1000 pixels, then the element will get that width. So if there is enough space, but if not, well, then the element will simply take the width that is available. And so that's why it's called max width. It will never have more than 1000 pixels, but if necessary, it can be less than that. And when we hover over here, we can actually see up here, right, there we can see the dimensions, that now it has a width of 790 pixels. And so it keeps nicely adapting there to the browser. Now, for example, let's see, we have 980, so we should be almost there. So now we have 1000, and we can already see some margins there. And so from now on, as we keep increasing this, it stays at the 1000 pixels. But again, if we stay way below, then it will adapt and will become smaller. So that's ideal, and that's exactly what we are looking for. Now here we can just improve the syntax a little bit and do it all in one line. So usually what you will see is margin 0 and auto. Because remember that this shorthand here means that top and bottom are 0 and left and right are auto, which is just what we have here. So we can write this in one less line of code, still looks the same, and then finally get rid of that. Okay, now 1000 pixels is a little bit too small. Let's maybe make it 1500 pixels. And now we cannot really see that because our screen, or my screen here, is not really wide enough. Oh, actually, so it's just at 1600, you can see that up there in the corner, right? And so yeah, now we start seeing that behavior. Right? And let's actually change the padding a little bit. So I want actually some more padding here on this side than on the top and bottom. So let's change that. Also increase this one here a little bit. So top and bottom 48 pixels and on the sides 64 pixels. So this makes it look a little bit nicer overall. And yeah. So now again, it is centered here. Now, if you don't have enough space on your screen, there is a very nice trick. So this is a feature that most browsers have, and of course Google Chrome as well, which is if you click this icon here, this device toolbar, then you get like a smaller view of the screen where you can then manipulate the width like this. So all you need to do is to set it here, the dimensions to responsive. And you could also choose these different like mobile devices and phones, which we will do a bit later. But for now, choose responsive, because then we can change it manually here. And then you can set the zoom to something like 50% or so. And so now we can make it really big. So you see that the width now is like 2300, but even within a smaller browser screen. And so this is exactly the behavior that I explained before. Beautiful. Let's just go back here. And I wanted to do one small final thing here, since we are talking about dimensions in this video, which is to also give this image here dimensions. So we did this already in our HTML. So right here. So using these attributes here, but it's even better doing it also in CSS. So sometimes we might not even know the height or the width of an image beforehand. And so then it's good to know how to do it in CSS, which usually we do most of the time, actually, just in CSS. So what we want to style, just going back here, is this image, right? So we need to select it. And now you will learn even something new again. So instead of adding now a class here, I will actually not do that and instead select the image that is inside the logo. So we can easily do that in CSS with the so-called descendant selector. So let me show you what I mean. So instead of selecting all the images like this, like I would usually do, we can do it differently. Again, using the descendant selector by writing logo, then this space here, and then image. And so this will only select the images that are inside of an element with the class of logo. Okay. Now in this case, it doesn't make much difference because this is the only image that we have here, but it's very, very important to know the selector, and we also need to do it a little bit later. Okay. So here let's again specify the width, 68 pixels, and the height actually would be automatically calculated. But why not specify it as well? So then you know that these two properties here exist as well, height and width. And this will not change anything on the page because it already was like that before, but now it's even more complete. In this lecture, we are going to style our links and also create some very simple animations called transitions. So here on our page, we have some links, right? Some hyperlinks that we set up with HTML right at the beginning of the course. And for now, they have these, basically this default blue color that we see all the times in links, right? However, we now want to change that. So we need to style these links, and we haven't done that yet because we actually need some special features of CSS in order to do that. So let's start by adding a class to the links. So yeah, that's right here. So the class of, let's call it simply source. Okay, and called source because this link is the source for the fact. So class and source. Okay, then let's come down here and let's try and see what happens when we simply select the link like this. So the class that we just gave it, now we select it. Let's change the text color for now to red, let's say. Well, that works just fine, right? But what if we want to, for example, change the color of the link whenever we hover it? So that's something very common, right? So in order to do that, we now need to use a so-called pseudo class. So let me show you what I mean by that. So source, and then we use the colon, and then hover. Okay, and then once we hover it, let's give it some blue color. And in fact, let's just use this one here, the one from the technology. So copy it and paste it here. Okay, let's see what happens. And indeed, now we get a different color. So the hover pseudo class here is basically still for this class, but then this pseudo class is basically a different state in which this class here can be in. So right now that is the hover class. So basically the action of hovering the link. Okay, but there are more actually. The active pseudo class, which is triggered whenever we actually click the link. So this one we later don't want to use. So I'm just going to use some other color, green. And so when I hover it, it becomes blue, but then when I click, it becomes green. Okay, now I will just move out here because I don't want to go there. Okay, and then finally there is yet another one, which is called visited. And I'm placing them here. So visited. I'm placing them in this order because this is the order that they should always be in. So first this one, and later more about this. Then visited, then hover, and then active. So let's give this here some purple color once we visited the link. And this somehow I think doesn't work because I tried it earlier. Yeah, so it doesn't really change the color, but I guess that's because we're opening the link in a new tab. Now here, actually, we should not simply style a link like this, but instead we should give it the pseudo class of link. So what this means is that only the anchor elements that actually have an href attribute will be styled. So again, this is an anchor element with the A, and it has an href attribute. But we could also create an anchor element without that. So like this. So where is that? Yeah, it's right here. And so you see that it's now not styled like this one. So, well, it also doesn't have the class. So let's put that there. But so you see that this version is not styled anyhow. Now, when we hover it, then of course, this class here still gets applied. And the same with active. So now it is green because of the active pseudo class. But again, since it doesn't have an href, it is not being styled. And that's because of this link here. If I remove this, then it would look like the other one. Right? So always style it with link like this. Let's remove that. And now let's give it the actual styling that we want to give it. So first of all, the color should be different. So let's again come to our tailwind colors here and to the stone colors. And what I want is basically a little bit of a darker shade than the text. So we had this almost white for the text. Now let's choose this one here for the links so that they are a little bit grayed out, basically. Like this. Okay. Then the visited should be the same. And so what we usually do is to just place these two together. And so here is yet another thing that we haven't learned yet. So we can write multiple selectors for the same declaration block. So basically this block here will now apply for this and also for this. So they simply need to be separated by a comma. So like this right here. Don't forget the comma, because otherwise we are back to the descendant selector, which we had here. So this is image inside of logo. But here with the comma, we basically have this or this. Okay, so it's basically a list of selectors. And the same here with the active. We usually group this together with the hover, as we want the same thing to happen for both of them. Okay, next up, let's remove the underline, which doesn't look really nice. So text decoration and then none. Okay, there it is gone. And now let's actually give it some more space here just so we can see the next thing. Yeah, just like this maybe. So what I want to do now next is to add some spacing here between the source link and the rest of the text basically. So that's very easy. That's a simple margin to the left. Let's say 10 pixels. Yeah, so now it's a bit more spaced. Let's say 12. Nice. Okay, so that's how you style links. And now next, let's talk about the second part of this lecture, which is about transitions. So basically animations. So I'm sure you have seen it on the web that whenever you hover a link, then that color change is not like really sudden like this. So instead you get a transition. So the color changes smoothly between this gray and the blue color. And so that's just one line of CSS. So this is what we have to do. On the normal, so the neutral state, we need to add the transition property. And so that's right here. So transition, and then here we can specify a time, let's say 1 second, just to show you very slowly. And then here we can specify some type of animation, but that's usually not necessary unless we have something complex. And so now there will be a transition between this original state here, which is in the link style, and the hover state. So watch what happens when I now hover over it. You saw? So it is moving very smoothly now between these two colors. But of course, 1 second is way too much. We can just do 0.3 seconds, for example. So that looks really nice, looks a bit more polished and a bit more professional. And that's it. Actually, that's how we do very simple transitions, and that's how we style links. Welcome back to the next lecture. And in this one, you're going to learn a lot of exciting new techniques in order to style the buttons that we have on our page. So what we're going to do in this lecture is to create a generic button class and then use that button class for these buttons here, this one in the form, and also this big button here in the top. And then we will create some more specific buttons for each of these different situations, but all based basically on one more generic one. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So let's do that now. So I will start by adding the button class or the btn class to all of them. So the first one should be here in the top. Yeah. So class btn, which simply stands for button. So here's one. Here we have another one in the form. And then let's also do it on these three right here. Okay. Not the ones here that we use for voting, because these will look very different. So these here are all a bit colorful and similar. It will all have the same font, but these ones, they are completely different. So they do not get this generic btn class. So first of all, we want to give them the font family that we also have here for the heading. So basically for this logo. And so that's called Coiny, remember? And then let's also, as a fallback, just like before, give it the sans serif keyword. So that's already a change. Then we will also give it the line height of 1, just like we did before with the heading here. And then let's also transform them all to uppercase. Text transform uppercase. And increase their font size to 17 pixels. So that's looking nice. And now let's also add some padding. And once again, because of this weird issue here with the font, we need to give it a different padding on the bottom than on the top. And so let me actually show you yet another shorthand of the padding. So I showed you already how we can define just one value, which will get added to all sides. And we can also specify two values where the first ones are top and bottom and the second one left and right. However, we can also specify 3 values. And there the first value is for the top, so 16 pixels. Then the second one is for left and right. Let's say 0 here for now. And you'll understand later why that is. And then 13 for the bottom. Okay, beautiful. And now finally, let's talk about the color. So let me see what our final buttons look like. And the generic ones, so this one and this one and this one, they have this nice gradient going on, right? And so let's do that. Let's learn how we can create a gradient like this simply using CSS. So we do that using background, but not background color, but background image. So background image, and then linear gradient like this. And then first we can say the angle, so the angle that the gradient should have, and we can really specify an angle value or a direction. For example, we can write to the right, and then we can specify 2 colors. Let's start with this blue color, which is here, this first one. And the second one, or the last one first, let's use this yellow side, this yellow color here. So we will start with just a simple gradient, which is this one. So simply going from the left to the right, blue to yellow. So that's a start, but you see that our gradient has a lot more colors. So we can specify more of them. Also, the angle is different. So here we have to right, it could be to bottom. So then it would go from the top to the bottom. But what we want is actually a degree. And that degree is 135 degrees, which is 90 degrees plus 45 degrees. And so now the gradient is slightly rotated. So we have 2 colors, but we want 2 more. We want red, and this green here also in between there. So we can simply specify more values here. So now you will see the red added in the middle, and now you can start seeing that nice angle. And then finally this green right here. And don't forget the commas, always the commas. And there you go. That's starting to look like the button that we have here. Now there's a few more things we need to change. Some of them we will do later, but one thing is the text color and also the fact that here we get this weird 3D border. So usually when we start formatting a button, we always need to get rid of that. And I like to do that first, actually. So we can do that by writing border none. So remember how previously we specified a border by saying border, and then the pixel, the style, and the color. But there's also this keyword. So many times we use the non-keyword for all different kinds of stuff. In this case, it will simply make that border that we had disappear. Now, next up, let's specify the text color. Now, remember that previously we had defined our text color right here at the body so that then all elements could inherit this color. Remember that? But back then I also mentioned that some elements do not inherit colors, or actually they don't inherit anything. And buttons, and as you see these elements here as well, they are elements like that who do not inherit anything. However, we can actually force them to inherit. So we can specify the color, and then instead of specifying a value, we can say inherit. And so then should get white. So what this means is that now it is actually inheriting that value that we specified on the body. Okay, great. So now we created ourselves a generic button element, basically, which we can use for all the buttons on the page that look kind of similar. However, they're not all exactly the same. For example, this two and this two, they probably should have a little bit of a bigger text size. And these three here, they should occupy more space. So they should basically occupy the entire column that we gave them here. So remember here, they have this entire column to fill up. And so we can now basically create some more specific buttons and then apply those classes there as well. And so we can now specify some more generic button classes and then use those classes on the buttons as well. So that sounds a bit weird, but let me show you what I mean. So let's say btn large, and then let's say that the font size should actually be 20 pixels on this one. And actually, let's leave it like that for now. Let's do it even bigger so we can see the difference. 30 pixels. And for now, nothing changes because we didn't apply it anywhere yet. But now let's take this class button large, and now comes the magic because we can actually apply multiple classes to the same element. So this one gets the button class and also the button large. And so the styles from the button large, and so basically the styles applied in button large will now get added up, so added on top of the ones that we already have from button. So if I save this now, then you see that the text got a lot bigger. So let's do the same here in share effect. So that's a bit too huge, but that was just so we could see it. What matters is that now these two classes apply, and so this font size is actually overriding this one. So it's important that we keep this one here last. If this was here, then it would be back to being small because it would be defined here, but then later it would be overwritten. And so it needs to be this way because the CSS file is basically read from top to bottom. Okay, that's a bit too big. 20 is enough. And now here we can give it some padding that makes sense. So padding that makes sense for these two buttons, but not for these ones. So let's say 20 pixels on the top, 32 left and right, and 17 in the bottom, again to compensate for that weird effect. And here we go. Now this button is now not really big enough for this place, but that's just because our screen is very small here. So I'm having this super small screen right now so that we can code and see the result at the same time. But later on, we will write the code with the window a bit bigger so that we can always see the entire design. Okay, so that's looking nice already, but now we need to add some specific styles only for these buttons right here. So let's do that. And actually that's not really correct because even the first button is different from those. Let me show you what I mean. So you see that the first button here has that gradient, but these others do not. So they are just normal color. And also this one has this margin on the bottom a bit bigger. So to separate it from the rest of the buttons. So let's create a button for that one. So this one is the all. Let's call it button all categories. And well, now I overwrote the original one for some reason. So both classes need to apply button and button all categories. So let's add that here. Let's start by adding a margin to the bottom of 16 pixels. And immediately you see it has this different result here. And now here comes the magic part. So again, I want to show you the columns here. So this column is this wide because we want the buttons to occupy the entire space, right? So we have these buttons here, so very deeply nested inside. So each of these buttons here, they should occupy the entire width of the parent. Now, right now, they are not doing that because they are inline elements, remember? So if we want them to occupy the entire space, we need to say width 100%, because that percentage here is in relation to the parent element, okay? So that's very important to remember. This percentage, whenever we specify it, so when we specify a percentage as a width, it will be defined or calculated in relation to the parent element. Okay, and now finally let's add a button type for these two over there. So let's say button category. Okay, now this CSS that we're writing right now here, this could all have been done in a different way. So of course we could have simply created one class for these, for these two, one for this and one for these, and then copy pasted these styles into these different buttons. So then we would have some duplicate code, but that wouldn't be a big problem. But I'm still just showing you this technique here because we use this all the time when we write CSS. Now here we want also to have a width of 100%. So just like this. And now the other thing that we need to do is to basically remove this background image here, because we will later want to define the background color just like we did before right here. Here, right? So we defined the background color here as a style. And so we will want to do the exact same thing here on these buttons. And actually, let's do that right now, immediately. So we have the button of technology. So let's add the style here. But it is now not visible. All right. And so again, we need to remove that background color there. But let's first do the same thing on the other button. So find that button. There's not much to find. So it's right here. And so here in the data is where the color is located. For science, it's this green. Okay. All right. Now, just to show you what's happening, let's inspect one of these buttons. And so here we are. So here we can see all the styles that are currently applying to this button. So we have this background color that we just defined. We have the button category, which makes it so that the width is 100%. Of course, we can turn it on and off. And we have the more generic button class that we created previously. And so this is where the background image comes from. Now, if we turn this off, then you would here see the beautiful colors of these buttons that are defined from this background color. So how do we turn those off? Well, here in the button category, which is just these two, we can simply say background image, and then we have that none keyword again. And there we go. Nice. So the buttons are almost styled. Now, here I just want to do one more thing, which is to add some space here between all these buttons. But here actually I will not add the space to the button themselves, but to these list items here. So I think it makes a bit more sense that the spacing comes from the list items. So let's give them a class name here. So right here. So class, let's call them category. So this li and this, and make sure you add it to the right element. So this is a bit more of the layout part. So let's add it a bit more here to the top, even though it doesn't really matter that much. So category, and let's add a margin to the bottom of 16 pixels. Okay, well, that doesn't really work, at least not in all of them. Maybe I forgot to... yeah, I did not copy it to that third list item here. Okay, nice. So that looks better. And so we are now almost done with these buttons. All that's left to do is, first of all, give them these rounded corners and give them this hand once we hover over them. But we will do that in the next lecture, and you will see then why we're doing it that way. But also we have this really, really nice hover effect. You see that? And this, in fact, can be done only with CSS. So this is just a transition. So just like the color transition that we did here before. So it's simply the value of one property in one state moving to another state. So moving to another value in another state. So that sounds more complicated than it actually is. So let me show you how that works. So button, and here we can again use the hover pseudo class. So we can use the pseudo class really everywhere, not just on links. So it works as well on buttons. And so now let me introduce you to yet another property. So I promised you were going to learn a lot of new stuff in this lecture, and I think you really are. So transform, and here we can now specify different things. So different, as we say, functions. So the scale function is one of them. And so here we can now define a percentage of the original size that we want this to be. So that we want it to be after we hover. So let's try that out. And so you see it increased a little bit. And of course we cannot only write this here. I mean, we could write this anywhere. So we could also write a transform at the scale here. Let's exaggerate a little bit. And so you see that these buttons now scaled to 200%. And in fact, when we hover them, then they only have the 110% here. Right? Okay, but of course, let's remove that. Just wanted to show that we can write a transform like this anywhere. It doesn't have to be in a hover effect. So that's scale, but we can keep adding more functions here. So the other one is rotate. So let's rotate just a little bit, just -2 degrees, which is already pretty significant. So that's actually the effect we're looking for. Now all we have to do is to animate it. And that's pretty easy. Just like we did before, we just write transition 0.3 seconds, for example. And so then CSS will go ahead and it will basically interpolate all the values over this time. Let's try it first with 3 seconds. So that's very slowly. So just so you see the effect working. And here is the real one. Nice. So that's enough for this video. In the next one, we will do those 2 things that are still missing. So hope to see you there very soon. Every single web developer out there uses Google all the time in order to find new information or in order to actually find how to do something using one of these technologies. And so in this lecture, I want to show you a little bit how I do it. So how I use Google to basically find something that I'm looking for when I'm writing CSS or JavaScript. So let's imagine that you have learned a little bit of CSS from this course, but now you're building your own thing, like your own interface. But now you want to give your buttons that you have in your own interface some rounded corners. So you don't know how to do that. And so what you should do is to simply Google it. So again, that's what everyone does whenever we don't know what to do, right? So this is what I would do. Let's close up this one here. So when I'm searching about something for CSS, I simply write CSS and then quite literally how to make rounded corners. More like this. Yeah, and so now what we're looking for is basically two sources. Many times this W3 schools pops up, but these you can basically ignore. These are many times not good information. So what we're looking for is good information from this developer.mozilla.org, which is the MDN web docs. That's always very good source. Also, CSS tricks is excellent. And yeah, many times we get Stack Overflow results, which is a question and answer site where developers post all kinds of problems that they have and then get responses from experienced developers. So we might see that in another example, but for now, here we found this MDN, so let's open that. So MDN is like the unofficial documentation for the web. So here you can find every single CSS property that exists, and the same is true for JavaScript, and there's an explanation what they do and how they work. So it says here, the border radius CSS property rounds the corners of an element's outer border edge. So that's basically what we're looking for, right? So here we have border radius 30 pixels, and here we have more examples, which is what happens when we write these values for the property. Then a bunch of other stuff, and yeah, that's not really necessary for now. So we just learned about this border radius property and can now apply it in our own code. So let's do it here. So I always like to do transition last somehow. So border radius, and then let's try some values here. So 10 pixels, for example, and that rounds it just this tiny little bit. Let's say 30 pixels. And yeah, that looks better. So now it is like all around here. So all this circle, but not here. So here that's not happening. So let's go a bit bigger because we can actually do that. So here it still looks the same, but here it looks better. And so just to make sure, usually when I want to do something like this, so when I want to have like this round circle around here, I use something really big because then it simply works no matter how tall the button will ever get. Okay, so we learned how to do that. And now let's also try to find out how we put like a hand cursor on there. So this, like this mouse pointer, right? So let's again write CSS and then let's say how to add mouse pointer. Okay. And then here we have actually a Stack Overflow. So Stack Overflow is usually what I like to go to first. Just make sure that most of the time you use an answer that is up to date. So that is quite recent. Now here you have again MDN web docs. You have CSS tricks. So that's always good. But now I want to show you Stack Overflow. So how to change the cursor into a hand when the user hovers over a list item. So this part is not really true for us, so that's not really relevant. But what matters here is that we have the property that we need. So that's cursor pointer. So in this case, it was for a different situation. So it was for a li element, but yeah, that's not the point. So we can just copy that from there as I did. Now, apparently I did not copy the right thing. So copy, paste, and that's it. And there is that hand. Great. And since we're here, let's add the same thing here to this tag. So I think it also is the same rounded thing there. So let's do that. That's dot tag. Yeah, here it is. And remember, that's border radius. And yeah, let's add something really huge. It's not important as long as it's bigger than half the size of the element. Okay, and that's actually all I wanted to show you here. So Stack Overflow, very, very important. And the same thing goes for MDN. So if you want, you can even open it up yourself and now go explore different properties that you find interesting, or even just to learn more and more CSS on your own. So documentation is perfect for that. Here I'm giving you the fundamentals, but you can take it a step further on your own by studying the documentation. Or again, of course, by taking some other course or watching some other videos on YouTube, or yeah, whatever works for you. Now we're almost finished here with this page. There's just a few more things to do. We have to fix this form and these buttons. And actually these buttons here is what we will tackle next. So let's continue styling some buttons, this time the voting buttons on each of the facts. And the buttons I'm talking about are, of course, these ones here. Let's just give this a bit more space. Yeah, something like this. So the goal is for the buttons to look like this. So they have a little bit of a even lighter background color and these rounded corners, and of course a hover effect. Also, they are all side by side nicely. So that's another important thing that we need to keep in mind. But first, let's style the visual aspect. And for that, we will go back to our colors here. So let's see first what we already have. So the fact has this background color. So that is here, this one. And so now the next one again is this one. So the next lighter color. So this is the one that we're going to use. But for now, we need to actually select each of the buttons. So let's see how we will do that. So the buttons are right here inside this div with the class of vote buttons. And so now I will not add a class to each of the buttons, but instead I will select the parent, so vote buttons, and then select all the child button elements. And if that sounds confusing, this is what we did here before with the image inside of the logo. Okay, so in this case, it makes sense because there are just so many buttons, and then I would have to add a class to all of them. And that would first be a bit of work, and second, might pollute the HTML a bit. So adding a lot more classes, at some point it becomes a bit more difficult to read. So vote buttons, or yeah, buttons, and then all the buttons that are inside there. So all simply the button elements. Now I think this vote buttons is already somewhere. Let's find that, cut it from here. Yeah, here we go. So once the file starts to get bigger, we really need to organize the code a little bit, but let's maybe leave that for a bit later. And for now, let's start by adding that background color. So that was this one here, I think, that I said we would use. And so there is some color at least already, but now remember that we need to get rid of the border, or of the border actually. So border none, just like before. And yeah, so the color is definitely a bit lighter, but let's actually do it a bit more light. So let's choose this one. And so that should then work. Yeah, beautiful. Next up, we need to increase the font size. Let's say 18 pixels. And let's also give it some padding here. So 6 top bottom and 12 on the sides. So that's something I like to do, is to duplicate on the sides. All right, and now some border radius. And then we're finally ready to do some layout, I think. So border radius, and I will simply again use the 100 pixel trick, so something really big. And yeah, let's actually also change the color and even the font family, because remember, those two are not inherited by the buttons. So what we did before was to inherit the color, so to force inheritance. There we go. And we can do the same with the font family, because it also hasn't been inherited. So instead of manually setting it, we just inherit it. And now that's beautiful. Just one final thing is that the text is bold here, but I would say it is a bit too bold. And that boldness comes here from the strong. So we give it a strong here, but that might not make a lot of sense. So let's remove the strong here, because we used this in the HTML section, but this was mainly to show you that we could style something with HTML. But now we want to do it even a bit better in CSS. So what we're going to do is to give these buttons a font weight. So a font weight value. And if you remember way back from when we included the Google fonts, we included some different font weights there, remember? And we can see which font weights we selected right here. So this is the font family Sono, and then the weights we selected were 400, 600, and 700s. So these are basically different forms of boldness. And so those are the ones that are now available to us and that we can use. So font weight, and let's start with 700. And so that's exactly what we had before. So when we use strong in HTML, it basically sets the font weight to 700, which more or less we can say means simply bold. So we could actually say also bold here as a keyword, and that would look the same. However, in this case, the 600, which is like semi-bold, looks a bit nicer, I think. So let's keep that. And in fact, we can then delete the 700 from here so that we don't unnecessarily load it from the server. And by the way, the default weight is always this 400, and that's why we selected that. So we could, of course, go ahead and here set font weight also to 600, and then everything would get that. So it would be inherited, right? But the default, again, is 400, which is this. And so if it's the default, there's not even a need to write it down. Okay, just to finish, let's give our button here that hand. So cursor of pointer. Okay, and now it's time to lay it out. So in order to place them side by side. Here I have a typo. Okay, but now we are ready. So we want to put these side by side. So what better tool is there than Flexbox? So as always, we need to define what the flex items are and what the flex container should be. So the flex items, of course, are these buttons that need to be side by side. And so the flex container is their parent element. And so that is, of course, vote buttons. So display flex. And with this, they are already side by side. They are not ideal because the text is here not on the side of them, but we will fix that in a minute. For now, let's add some gap here. So gap 8 pixels, and there we go. So let's see what happens when we make this a bit bigger. So you see that at a certain point, it actually starts looking nice. However, we want basically these elements here to always look like this. We never want the text to be below. Now the problem is that this element, sometimes it's simply not wide enough. So this entire, and for some reason I think I closed the dev tools. Let's bring them back. Yeah. So here we have them back. And so, as I was saying, sometimes this element is simply not big enough. And so then these numbers will simply jump and they will move down so that there is again enough space, right? So the problem here has nothing to do with what we did with this flex layout for these buttons. So there we are done. Everything is perfect and there's nothing more we can do. The problem is that these themselves are also flex items. Remember that? So way back, we defined this entire fact, so this li element, as a flex container. And so this is a flex item, this is a flex item, and this is a flex item. But at the same time, it's also a flex container. So this is what happens when we nest Flexbox inside of Flexbox. It can become a little bit confusing, right? But for now, simply forget that this is also a flex container, okay? So just forget that we ever used Flexbox here on these buttons, because then it might be a little bit less confusing. So we now simply have the problem that sometimes this vote buttons element is not wide enough. So that happens because it shrinks down when there's not enough space. For example, when this text here is bigger than one line. So you see immediately when it moved to the second line, then there's not enough space anymore. And so yeah, this then moved down. So what can we do? Fortunately for us, we can fix it. And let's leave it like this. So what we can do here is, because this is a flex item, so a child of the flex container, we can do something here. So there's a few properties that we can define on the flex item. So we can define flex grow, flex shrink, and flex size, I believe. So I actually also rarely use these, but now it is important to use flex shrink. So we can set flex shrink, which by default is 1, to 0. And what this means is that we now no longer allow this element to shrink. So when we save it now, you see that now there's always enough space for this element here to be as big as it needs to be. So instead what happened now is that this text here got really small. So let me show that to you. So here we have the flex shrink. And when I turn it off, then this one grows a little bit more, and this one here gets again compressed. So here we basically disallow this flex item to shrink. Okay. So this might be a little bit confusing, so just roll with it, I'd say. And yeah, if you want to, again, learn Flexbox a little bit deeper, there are many resources out there. Great. Okay. Well, now there's actually really not enough space here because we are not allowing it to shrink anymore. And here the text can also not shrink anymore. And so we get some overflowing issues here. But this is actually exactly what we will fix in the last lecture of the course. Not of the course, but of this section. So let's leave it like this for now. And yeah, just add these very simple hover animations. So just basically making it darker as we hover over it. So that should be very easy, even though the syntax now might look a little bit weird. So we select the buttons again. Remember, we chose to not select them with a class on their own, but simply as a child of vote buttons class. And now we add the hover here to the button. So background color. And now let's actually choose this darkest one. So basically this background color here. The final piece of the puzzle is to add the transition. Let's again use 0.3 seconds. And there it is. Beautiful. Very beautiful. So keeping it subtle here. Of course, we could animate every single property that is here. Yeah, but sometimes less is really more. Just notice how we really place the hover here on the button, because this is really where we want to detect the hover. So we could also do this. So then this style here would apply whenever the hover happens here. So you see that? So all of this here is the vote buttons. And so we hover it, and then all the buttons in there get that color. So of course that's not what we want. So let's put it back, because we want this to happen when in fact the button itself get hovered. Great, very, very nice. We're getting very close to the end. Next up, we will just style these forms elements, because they still look a little bit, well, like with their default styling. So let's take a break, or maybe not, and then I'll meet you in the next lecture. Time to style or form elements. And let's get right into it. So as always, let's start by checking out the HTML to see what we actually need to select here. Yeah, so here is the form, and we have a couple of input fields and then the select field and the button we already styled. And of course also this span. So just like before, I believe the easiest way of doing this is to simply select the input and really these three different elements within the fact form. Okay, so let's search for fact form. Should be somewhere here. And yeah, let's copy this. But I will leave this here and I will do the form elements themselves here in the bottom. So fact form input. So input elements, and we will start by just doing these. So let's start with a nice background color. And in fact, I will give them the same as these here. So it's good to have some consistency in the design. And I believe it was this one here. Yeah, and just like with the buttons, we need to get rid of the border. So border, none, but I want to give it some border radius. And again, let's do something like ridiculously large. And then let's add some padding. So 16 pixels all around maybe. Okay, now let's try to write here and we get this really black color. So again, we should probably get the color and the font family from the rest of the page. So we will inherit. So you see that this is pretty similar to styling buttons. So font family, like this is some kind of even recipes that you will need to follow over and over again. Okay, so here we go. That looks normal, just like before. Now you see, or maybe you can't see, that this placeholder text here has this almost invisible color. So I can very barely see it, but I believe on the video it might not be possible. So we can, in fact, style that as well. However, it's not just a property here. Instead, we can basically select that placeholder itself and then give it a color. So a normal text color. So let me show you how that works. So fact form input. So this is again the input that we're styling. It's the same as this one. And then colon and another colon and then placeholder. And this double colon, this means that it's a so-called pseudo element. So it's not really an element that exists on the page, but kind of, so pseudo element. So this placeholder kind of exists, kind of doesn't. So that's why it's called a pseudo element, just like pseudo class, but those only have one colon. So let's select another color from here. So this is our normal text, or actually this one. And let's try here, because we're using this as the background color. So this might be a good choice for the placeholder color. Yeah, so now you can hopefully see it again. And you see my typo there. So source. And yeah, you also see that there's not enough space to really see what's going on. All right, so this is looking great, these two, but not so much this one. But this is very easy to fix because this is basically, we can style it in the exact same way. So we just write fact form again and select, and that's it. So it works the exact same way, and now we have it nicely selected as well. And so now we have it nicely styled in the exact same way. And again, don't forget the comma here. So like this, it becomes a list. We style the inputs and we style the select. Next up, let's also style this text a little bit. So fact form and then the span inside. Let's make it a bit bolder with the font weight that we used before of 600. And let's increase also the font size to 18 pixels. Okay, and if you're wondering where I'm getting all of these values from, which seem kind of weird, those are basically like some scales or some predefined values that I like to use. And basically all web designers have some predefined values that they keep using because otherwise it's just too much work to basically randomly come up with some values. But if you at some point go a little bit deeper into this, then you will learn how to do that as well. So basically come up with a scale for the font size and not just use something completely random. But anyway, let's also give it some margin to the right here, even though we haven't really talked about the layout here yet. But still, let's say margin right 18 pixels. Okay, and so as I was just saying, let's talk a bit about the layout here. So right now we have everything actually centered, but that's only because we use text align center. So that might not be the most robust solution there. So right here. So let's get rid of that and let's actually use Flexbox again. So display flex to make it a flex container. And so then automatically all of these here become the flex items, right? Here you might not need as much padding on the sides. Okay. Now let's align the items to the center vertically. So that puts the 200 here in a nice position. And then let's add a gap of 16 pixels. 16. And all right. Now let's just see what happens when the screen becomes really big. So then we get all this empty space here on the side, right? So what do you think we should do with this? Should we maybe center all of this here? So using justify content set to center. Well, before we do that, I would actually like to give each of them here a different width. So just to make sure that they get a nice width. So let's actually come down here again. So width, let's say 220 pixels. Or maybe let's say 200, maybe 250. Well, that might be a little bit too much, but we can use that max width, remember? So that looks good. What happens if we decrease it? Then they should all become a little bit smaller, or well, or somehow they don't. But that's because they are flex items. So the width property works a little bit different on flex items, but I'm not going to go into that here. So let's just say 220 pixels like we had before. And so that then works for many width. So mainly for the larger width. But then again, what should we do with this remaining space here? Well, what I think we should do is to increase a lot this form element here. So to fill up all the remaining space with this first input field here, because this is the most important one by far, where we place the fact itself. So this is where the user will write the fact. So I think it makes sense that this should basically fill up all the entire space that is left. So how do you think we do that? So actually I hinted at it already a few lectures before. So remember how here we used the flex shrink property and set it to 0 because we didn't want to allow this element here, this entire vote buttons, to shrink. And so with that, we basically controlled a little bit the width of this element, not allowing it to shrink. Now we can do the opposite. So we can allow elements to expand, so to take up as much space as they want. So all the empty space, basically, they can then take up. So let me show you how that works. So we need to select this first element here. And well, that will be a little bit tricky again. So let me show you. So hopefully you're not getting confusing as we're doing multiple things at the same time. But yeah, hopefully not. And this is also, keep in mind, just a crash course. And so this is a bit of the crash feeling maybe. But anyway, this is how we can do it. So we have these input fields, and then we can use the first child pseudo class to, while as the name says, select only the first one. And let's prove that, so that we're only really getting the first one. Well, that didn't work, but that's because I wrote from, not form. So that should fix it, and indeed, it is now red. So we selected only the first child, okay? But of course we don't want the background, but instead we want flex. And now it's not shrink, now it is flex grow. And we set it to 1. So the default is 0, which makes that the element cannot grow as much as it pleases. But when we set it to 1, this element will take up all the space that it wishes to. And so now this got a lot bigger. And as we make the page bigger, you see that these elements stay the same and this one expands. So it grows using the Flexbox terminology. And with this, we are actually done with this form, or almost. I want to now give it these rounded corners here and the same here. And we also need to get rid these hash symbols here. Somehow they remained there where they don't belong. So here and here and here and here. And now the border radius. So that's in the effect form itself, which is somewhere up here. Or maybe you structured your code differently. So just find it there. Well, that's actually not the fact form. Yeah, here it is. So let's give it a border radius. And this time not the ridiculously big one, but one that actually only slightly rounds the corners. So let's say 16 pixels. And beautiful, just like this. And to finish, I will apply the exact same thing to the fact list items. And there we go. So let's close, well, maybe not, but just like this, and compare it with our original. Well, this one again is smaller and it has all this content, but it is the same. So we are basically now done styling our application, which is really great news. And it didn't take a lot of time. So of course it took some more time because I was explaining you what I was doing all the time. But just writing CSS for an interface like this takes like half an hour or so. It depends on how fast you are, of course, but yeah, writing CSS itself, even for a fairly, well, not really complex, but yeah, for an interface like this, it can be fast. And if you ask me, it can also be a lot of fun. Now in the next lecture, what I want to do is to fix these issues that you are starting to see now. So you see that there's not enough space for this, not enough space here, and yeah, it creates all this vertical scrolling that we don't want. So we need to now adapt this user interface to also work on smaller screens. And so that will be our next and final lecture in this section. In this final lecture about CSS, I will introduce you to the concept of responsive web design, which basically means to adapt layouts to smaller screens. Now, there are many tools that we can use for responsive web design, but the one that we are going to use, which is one of the simpler ones, is so-called media queries. So with media queries, we can identify points in the design based on the browser width in which things start to fall apart. So in which things start to look bad in our design. And then we can change the CSS based on that browser width. So let's actually find a point like that in our design. And so to start, let's make it really big. And so here, of course, everything works still fine, right? And it keeps working fine for some time. And that's also because we already actually did many things in order to ensure that our page works on all browser width. For example, this max width property that we used here ensures that the page works on screens that are smaller than those 1500 pixels. So remember that when we used just width and set it to 115, or actually 1500, then our page and our user interface got way too wide. right? But anyway, let's try to identify a point in which the design is no longer that great. And I think we are starting to see one right here. So this text here is like getting really tall, and more than half of this row is only occupied here with this tag and with these buttons. But then there's a lot of like empty content around there. So that's really not ideal. And so we can choose a nice number, for example, 1200 pixels, and then we can change the code at this point. So what we're going to do is to basically have this here on the entire width, and then have these two below it. So just what we have, well, here we cannot see it because I zoomed out, but when we zoom in, then it looks the same as the one that we are building right now. And so again, what I want to do now is to place these one after the other. And so with this, we are back to having some space. So let's do that right now. So what we want to change is this row item here. So this list item, which is called a fact, right? So anywhere in our code, as long as it's after this fact, we can write a so-called media query. And for that, we write media and then max width 1200 pixels, because that's the point at which we now want to change some code. So basically, for all the browser width that are below 1200 pixels, we will want this code here to apply. So we can now again select the fact, and then we will write some code that will override code from here. And as always, just to test this out, let's bring back our red background color. Okay. So right now we are at a width of 1200, but watch what happens once we dip below that. Well, nothing happened somehow. Maybe I need to reload. Yeah, I had a problem again where I need to reload. But anyway, let's put it bigger again. And so you see that now it's normal, and watch here this corner. So once we reach the 1200, then bam, the color changes to red. And so this style here is now overriding this one that we had before. All right. So, of course, the background color should not really change, but instead what we want to change is this alignment here. So remember how actually when we first talked about Flexbox, I told you that we can even change the orientation of the whole thing. So basically the orientation in which the alignment happens. So by default, when we turn on Flexbox by doing this, the items get placed side by side automatically, right? And the reason for that is that the flex direction is by default set to row. Flex direction, again, is by default set to row. And so when I do this now, of course, nothing changed because that's the default. However, we can also set it to different values. So we can have row reverse, which will then completely reverse the order, but that's not really so interesting here. What's interesting here for us is that at this point, we can now actually change it to a column. So flex direction column. And there you see, now we are back to having more space. So this now has all the space, and especially here, that is really, really visible. So let's remove that background color. And now as we change the gap property, for example, to 12 pixels, halving it from 24, then this space here decreases. Because of course, gap was first the horizontal space, but now it is the vertical space. So between this and this. So now we set it to 12, and now there's a bit less space as we were having too much. Okay, now in technical terms, what we did here was to switch the so-called main axis with the so-called secondary axis. But as I told you before, we will not go deep into that here in this crash course. The only thing that I'm going to tell you is that align items before was basically vertical alignment, while now that we switched to a column, it is horizontal alignment. Okay, so that's maybe a bit confusing, but what this means is that if we now override align items and set it to flex end, then all of this here shifts to the end. So basically to the right. And with that, we are actually done. Now to make our lives a little bit easier, we will now use this device toolbar here that we had before. So again, make sure that you set responsive here. So instead of one of these devices that you could also choose, and then probably you want a 75% here. And so now it's a lot easier here. So watch for a breakpoint, and actually up here, our breakpoint is marked. So Google Chrome discovered that we have this max width condition, and so therefore it is right here, and we can click there, and then it goes exactly there. And if we go a little bit up, actually, then it goes to the original state, and once we go here, it goes to our modified state that we just created. And of course, we could also inspect it here. Let's see this fact. Yeah, because here we can now see the media query also being applied, right? And of course, also now, when we do this, you can see the gap here vertically, and of course that the items are one after another. And if we removed the flex direction, then yeah, it would look like this. The flex end is still being applied, and so now it's moved down. But again, as we rotate here, basically the main axis with flex direction column, it moves up here. Okay, so that's one of the changes that we needed to make. But now let's keep going, because I'm sure it will break again at some point. And immediately, actually, it starts right here. So like at 1100. So basically at this point, we already need to fix the form. Well, maybe we can stretch it to 1000, even though it's not, well, it's not really pretty, right? But it also doesn't create a vertical scroll. So yeah, let's just do it at 1000 pixels. I mean, no user will exactly use the page at 1000 pixels. So it might be something else like 1024 or some value like that. So let's go to the form, which is somewhere up here, and let's place our media query here. Now the media queries could be anywhere. They could even be in another file, but I like to keep them close to each of these elements that we are actually changing. Again, what matters the most is that it is actually after the original definition. Okay, so max width of 1000 pixels, and we could do a lot more. So in real world responsive development, we do a lot more. So as the page gets smaller, we change all the font sizes, we change all the paddings, the margins. So for example, we could really decrease the padding here on the page. And actually, why not? We can do that. So the padding is, it is here on the body. So let's decrease that all a little bit. Actually, just copy it so we know our base. And so with this, you can also see that each of the media queries can, of course, has as many styles as we want. So let's move the 64 down to 48, and this one to 32. And let's check that out. So you saw that there's a small jump, but it does make a difference. It gives us a little bit more width to work with. But anyway, yeah, as I was saying, in the real world, we do a lot more changes, and we also do use some other tools, but media queries is the easiest one, I guess. You can do some stuff with grids, and also Flexbox can be even more advanced. But yeah, for now, let's just stick to this. So what we will do is the same as before. So what we had side by side, we will now stack, basically. So we will now also stack these form elements. So again, we will use flex direction, set it to column. Okay. But now I guess we should have these elements a little bit wider, right? So basically occupying all the possible width. So we can do that with flexbox again. So remember when we changed to flex direction column that the align is now vertically, or actually like horizontally. I mean, it's a bit confusing again, but right now the align items is set to center, which is why they are now in the center here, right? But we can set it back to the default, which is stretch. So align items, stretch, and there we go. So now it takes up all the space, at least the button here. These ones do not, because we actually gave them a width. So we need to now basically override that width. So we need to select those input elements. However, they are first defined below. So we actually need to cut that and put it here all the way to the end. I guess we should have the entire form down here. Let's actually do that. It's getting a bit too confusing, jumping around this file all the time. So do that here. Let's do that here. Then let's just create a comment for the form. Okay, so the problem is that here we have this width well defined, but we need to override that now. So we want to set it to auto now. So to override, in this case, the width is to set it back to being basically automatically calculated. And so with this, we have it nicely overwritten here. Okay, so that is fixed as well. Looks quite nice. I mean, here it moves to 2 lines, but that's not a problem. So up here, all this way, it's really nice. But down here, however, we start getting new problems. So I would say like around maybe 800. Well, let's actually say 900. So there comes a point where it doesn't make a lot of sense anymore that these are side by side. So on a small screen like a phone, usually you always have everything stacked. There's no 2-column layouts anymore. And so let's do that here as well. And remember how for this layout here, we used CSS grid. And with CSS grid, it's actually a lot less confusing than by changing the flex direction like we did here. So let's go to the main part. That's somewhere up here. Yeah, right here. So media, and then max width 900 pixels. Let's again select the main. The display grid stays the same, but as I was just saying before, we now only want 1 column. So all we need to do is to redefine this. So let's paste it here, and now we only have 1 column. So delete that. We want 1 column that occupies the entire space. And that's it. So we have the buttons, and then we have what we want here. So that's really cool, really beautiful. So our design now works even on pretty small screens. Now this part, of course, wouldn't really have been necessary in order to build this application, but I thought it would be really fun to also include this real world scenario where you need to basically optimize your page for different width. Even though it's not perfect, at least now you know how to do it. And with this, we finished this section. So congratulations, you now already have some pretty good CSS and HTML skills, I would say. So great job on getting those and for sticking with this course. Next up, we will take care of setting up a very small backend where we can store the data that we will later actually fetch into our database. So right now we have been using some fake data basically, But of course, at some point, we will want to load that data from somewhere. So real data coming from a real server. And so that is the topic of our next section. So that will make this app start to feel like a real world application. And so it's a very small section. So it's just like 4 or 5 videos. So waste no time and go there right now. See you soon. So at this point in the course, we have basically built the static version of our application. So most of the HTML and CSS. However, it's not really an application yet, as the data is not being loaded from anywhere, and we also can't create any new data. So we can't create any new facts. Therefore, the next step is to now think about the data. Now, if you remember the very first lecture of the course, you will remember that everything related to databases is on the back end, right? And so in this section, we're quickly going to make a detour to the back end. So in this section, we're going to build a backend for our application using a service called Supabase. So Supabase is a service that allows developers to easily and very quickly create a backend with a complete database. Now, as we talked about in that first lecture of the course, building a backend is this complex task of using a language like Node.js or PHP in order to build a backend application connected to some database. That, however, sounds like too complicated for a crash course like this, right? So there is good news. With Supabase, we don't need to do any of this manually. So when we use Supabase, no backend development is necessary. Instead, Supabase will automatically create a database and a matching API so that we can very easily request and receive data from the server where the Supabase database is hosted. It's all extremely simple. Let me just clarify what the term API means, as you will hear it in web development all the time. So API stands for Application Programming Interface. APIs are used everywhere in software development, not just on the web. But in the case of managing data on servers, an API is basically a program that receives requests for data, gets that data from a database, and then sends the data back as JSON. And JSON is this very common data format that we use in APIs, similar to objects in JavaScript. Okay, and with that being said, it's time to go create our very first backend with Supabase. It's gonna be a lot of fun because this will now really feel as though we're building a real product for the first time. So let's quickly move on to the next video. Let's start using Supabase in practice now by signing up for your Supabase account and by creating your very first database. So Supabase is a service that we need to sign up for. And so let's start by going to the Supabase website, by searching for Supabase, and then it's going to be this first result at supabase.com. Now, before we sign up for this product, I want to tell you that it is completely free for small hobby projects like the one that we are going to build now. So no need at all to spend any money on this. Okay? So to sign up for your account, just click here on Start New Project. Then this will ask you to sign in, but since you don't have an account yet, you move down here to Don't Have an Account and then Sign Up Now. Now you probably don't have a GitHub account, and so you just sign up here using email and password, and then you have to confirm your email address in your email. So go ahead and do that now, and I will wait here. And once you're ready, just come back to the video. Okay, so once you signed up for Supabase, you will find a screen like this, except for these projects that I already have. So to create a new database, you just click here on New Project, and then your name's organization here. So just click that, and then we create our first project, which will contain our first database. So just call your project Today I Learned, and all with dashed. So Today I Learned, and I call it -2, because of course I already have one Today I Learned, but you don't need the -2. Then here you need a database password. So you can just click here on generate a password, then you can copy it and paste it somewhere secure. So I'm not doing that now so that you don't see this password. Okay, then here we set up the region, which is basically where your server will be located. So usually what we choose here is a server as close as possible to wherever our main users will be located. But for us, it doesn't really matter here. Well, since I'm in the EU, I will just choose this one in Germany. And as I was saying before, we don't need to pay anything, so we can just use this free plan. Now I cannot create a new project yet, and I guess it's because this password is not strong enough. So if I click here, generate password again, then that's better. So I copy it again and we'll paste it somewhere offsite, so off the video. And so now, since this button is green, we can click it, create our new project. And as you will see, this will take a little bit of time. So now it's telling us that it's setting up the project, and this is probably taking a couple of minutes. So once that's done, I will meet you back here. Okay, so my project is all set up. For some reason, I got this warning here, this issue loading the details of the project, but that's not really a problem. I can just try to reload, but we don't need those details yet anyway. So that's really not a problem. So let's explore a little bit what we have here. So we have a table editor where we can basically add new tables to our database. And then we have really a bunch of other things. So we have a lot of different functionalities for the database. We can add authentication. So Supabase allows us to automatically add users to a database and allows them to sign up with different services, even like Google and stuff like that. Here we have the API documentation that I was talking about in the last lecture, so that Supabase automatically creates an API for us. And yeah, so you can explore this a little bit on your own. I guess it looks a little bit intimidating probably, but that's not a big deal. All we really need to do here is very simple stuff. And so actually in the next video, we will start creating our new table. So let's take a quick break and I'll see you in a minute. Let's now add a table to the database so that we can store all our application data in there. So this is where we left off after the last lecture. Now, if you're somewhere else here in the interface, for example, here on the homepage, then you simply need to come here to the table editor. And so here we are. So to create a new table, as you can guess, just click here, and then we get this input form here. So the first thing that we need to specify is, of course, the name of the table. So I will simply call it facts, simply because this is where we will store all of our facts. Then here it's very important that we keep this turned on and we don't need any real time. All right. And so with these basic definitions out of the way, we're ready to create our columns in the table. Now we could also import data from a spreadsheet here, and that would then automatically create the columns. But here I want to show you how we can do that manually, basically. So we will now create the schema, so to say, so like a blueprint of the table. And then in the next step, we will then add some data. So all the facts that we saw in the sample application. Okay, now what data do we actually need about each of the facts? So in other words, which columns are we going to need in this table? So first of all, each fact is going to have a unique ID, which is this one here, and this will be our primary key, which means many different things. One of them that there can be no duplicates in this ID. But this ID will also get automatically created for us, so that's no problem. Then by default, we also get this created at, which will simply be the current date, basically. So the time and date at which a new fact is created. So these two are basically automatically created, but now we can add our own columns. And the first one is the text for the fact. And now here we need to choose the type of data that we are going to store here. So these here are for numbers without floating points, which means without a decimal part. These are for decimal parts. And then here we have text. So we could use text or varchar for text, but we're just going to go with this one here. So that's easy enough. Next up, we need a source. So that's going to be like a link, so a URL. And here again, that's just some simple text, right? And in both of them, we have no default value, all right? Next up, we want the category. So basically, so that we can get this data here, right? So we already have data for the text here. We have data for the URL that will be stored or that will actually be placed here. And now we're creating the column for this piece of data here. So for the category. And next up, we will also create 3 pieces of data for these 3 votes. So that each time that a user votes, so that they click on one of these buttons, that value can then be increased in the database. Because that's the whole point of having the database. So it's to have persistent data that lives on our server and that we can then load into our database. But anyway, let's now create these remaining columns in the table. Actually right here. So the category is again text. And again, there's no default value. And now the votes for interesting. And here we can use some integer, let's say int 4, but the other ones would work just as well. And here let's actually create a default value. So when we create a new fact, so when we add a new row to our database, by default it will get 0 votes for interesting, which makes sense, right? So when the fact is new, it should of course start at 0. Then we want votes for mind-blowing. Again, an integer for, did I spell this correctly? Mind-blowing, yep. So here it's important that we do everything right. I'm not sure if we can change it later. Never tried that. Finally, votes false, int for, again, and that's set 0. Okay, and that's it. Everything looks correct. Make sure yours is also correct, and then save it. And so now it's creating the new table. Okay, let's wait for it. And here we go. So we have our new table, as you can see here on this left side. And now here we can edit the table. So we can simply come here to the table and then we can start inserting some data. Now, where does this data actually come from? Well, of course, if you want to do that, you can create your own facts. So just add some text, some source, and some category. And if you want even these numbers of votes. But I prepared already for you some sample facts, so some sample data. So what we're going to do is to come here to this data.js, so this starter file that I prepared for you. And then down here, I have this link to a Google Doc. So just hit Command or Control, and then you can click this link, or of course, you can also just copy paste it. Okay, and so now we can go ahead and copy paste each of them to our Supabase database. So I will just put this here on the left side and this on the right side. And so then we can just copy paste it very quickly. So the ID we don't need because as it says here, it's automatically generated. So just come here, copy, and paste that here. Then the same thing for the source, copy, paste, and the category is history. Now here, actually, I also have the votes for each of them, but I will not bother putting them here. So we will just simply start everything at 0. But if you want, again, you can also go ahead and copy and paste these values down here. Okay, give it a save, just to see what that's going to look like. And so indeed, now we have our first value here. We just open it up again so I can show you something. Because let's imagine that you actually did some mistake here. So you can just double click any of these cells, right? And then you can change something here. And then, as it says here, just hit enter to save the changes. So for example, let's say here it was actually histories or something like that. So it takes a second and then here it gets updated. But of course, that should be history, and that's it. Okay, let's move it right back to the right side, and then we can continue inserting the data. Now, I will not bother you with that here, so I will just fast forward that entire process, but you can now, if you want, go ahead and copy and paste all of these remaining rows here into the database, just like I did before. Or you can just take a few of them, or as I said before, you can just make up your own, of course. Okay, so I have all my sample data loaded here now. So let's now go here to this API documentation page. Okay, so that now we can see if we can access this data on our computer. So if we can access this API, which again is basically an interface that we can use to request data and then receive data. And if we were to try to build and assemble all this by hand, it would be a lot of work. And I actually have a course on how to do that, which is called nodejs. So that's a technology of using JavaScript on the server. But I definitely recommend when you're just starting out to simply do this. This is so much easier, especially for when you just need a very simple API with a simple database like we have here. But anyway, so here we have this page for the introduction, which feel free to read if you want. The same here with the authentication. So there's all kinds of stuff you could learn here, but it's not really necessary for us here. We're just trying to get the job done. And so let's come here to our facts table. So this is the table that we just created. And here is the documentation on how we can do different things using a JavaScript SDK. Now, that is something we will not do yet. We will do it in the next section. So for now, let's click here on bash. So bash, and then here, where it says project API key, let's click on anon. So this will then basically show our public key. That's because each of these APIs and each of these databases and backends that you create has this API key. And only when you have this key, you can actually create requests to the database. So let's now go ahead and copy what is here by clicking on the copy button or just copying this string here. So this text. So I will just copy, and now let's go back to VS Code. Okay, but we cannot really yet get this data somewhere into our application. For now, the only thing we can do is to open up a terminal and try it there. So let's go here to view, and then here you have the terminal. So wait for it. Okay, so now your terminal might look a little bit different, but that's not a problem. Now the terminal is this kind of scary looking thing that you sometimes see in the movies where people hack some code into and make things happen. Now, if you're on a Mac, you can also access the terminal by simply opening it here like this. And you see I still have some stuff in here. And on Mac, you can run your command line as well. I think it's called a prompt or a PowerShell. But here in VS Code, we also have the integrated terminal. And so we can just run some commands here. For example, a very basic command that you can run on the Mac or on Linux is ls. And on Windows, it's dir. So just write this and hit enter. And so this will then give you all the files in the current directory. So when you're in the terminal, you are always in some directory. And so in this case, when you open it in VS Code, it will automatically go to the directory where your project folder is located. Okay? But even if it's not, that part really doesn't matter. All that matters is that we now can paste our code, so the thing that we just copied before, in there. And then with your arrow keys, please navigate a little bit through this and go here to this part. So can you see it? So right here is where I'm trying to edit. So move your cursor here and then delete this part so that you only have this URL. So this is your URL of your database. So it's this thing here, .superbase.co/rest/v1/facts, which is the name of the table. Then this command also adds your API key here and here again. And then we can hit enter. Okay, and then you get back probably this empty structure here. This is called an empty array. Now, if you got any kind of error, so if something didn't work, then please don't worry. That's no problem at all. This is really mainly to show you that we need to do something now, because of course we actually do have some data in our facts table, which means that here we should now get that data back and not this empty data structure. So what we need to do now in order to allow this client here to access and read this data is to enable something called row level security policies. So let's do that in the next video. In this last lecture of this section, let's now add some so-called row level security policies so that we can access our data from everywhere. So to do that, please come here to the authentication section and then here on policies. All right, and then here, just click on new policy. Now, it might be that in the future, this entire dashboard here, so the interface has changed. And so you need to then go ahead and try to find this somehow. But what matters is that you find somewhere in the interface a policy and a way to add new policies. So then here we choose the option to get started quickly. So basically by choosing from a template. And then what we want to do is to enable read access to everyone. So we use this template and then basically we don't need to do anything, at least for this one. So here we could create a name for the policy. Here we select the operation, which in this case is for the selecting, so which means basically reading data. And yeah, that's it. Here we need to return true and then save the policy. Okay, so that was the first one. So this allows everyone who has that API key that I mentioned to basically read the data. So what this means is that when we go back to VS Code and to what we did here before, we should now able to send the request and then receive back the data. So just like any API should work. So in order to make this work, go ahead and copy this here and then paste it right here in the next prompt. Or you can also just use the up key. So that will then pull up the latest command that you typed. Okay, but anyway, just make sure that here it is just /facts, then hit enter, and here we go. So here we have this weirdly formatted, this array. So before, remember, it was empty, but now it starts here with this bracket, and then we have all the data here. So that's the fact that we just inputted. It contains the ID that was automatically created, contains the creation date, and yeah, all of this stuff. So all the facts that we just inputted, we now received from our API, which is really amazing. So all this data we are now able to get from our API, which is really, really amazing that we were able to do that so fast. But anyway, we actually need to create 2 more policies because as we develop our application, we will also want the ability for users to upload data and also to modify it so that they can vote on the different facts. Now, usually in a real world application, we would only enable editing and adding data for users that are actually authenticated. So we could create all kinds of different policies and complex policies like that, or only to allow logged in users, so authenticated users, to update and add data, but everyone to read data. So all kinds of scenarios like that are possible with Supabase. But here we are just keeping it very simple, and we will simply allow everyone to edit and to add new facts. So let's again come here to get started quickly. And again, this first one here, read access to everyone. And now we will change it from select to insert. All right, then just to avoid some confusion here, let's change from read to insert. And then here, let's write true again. So it doesn't matter why we need to do that. It's just necessary. Then let's save the policy. And just one more. So again, choosing from a template, enable read, and here we now change it to update. What we will not do is enable deleting for anyone. So that's not going to be permitted. So here, update. But even what we're doing here, again, is not usual, and it can be a little bit dangerous also. But yeah, this is just a very small project, just a demo project, just so you have some fun building a full stack application, right? Here, I'm not sure if we need to write true, but it cannot hurt. So let's just do that. Review and save policy. And so with this, we are all set up to start building the project in the next few sections. Because now the big question is, how do we actually get this data into our application? So what we did right here in the previous lecture was simply to request the data here using this curl. So this curl command here, but the data is not being saved anywhere and it's not in the application at all. So we don't have this data now in our app. In order to do that, we actually need JavaScript. So with JavaScript, we will be able to request data from a server and, as I mentioned before, to add all kinds of dynamic effects to the application. So to actually have the application do something and not just display something. So here we have this beautiful interface, of course, but well, nothing happens. You can click here all you want, but nothing will happen. And this data here was completely static. We simply pasted it into our HTML. But what we will start doing in the next section is to actually load that data from the server and then change the HTML based on that data and basically insert a new list item here for each of the facts that we put into our database. So that sounds really exciting, hopefully. I know that, at least for me, this was like the coolest part of all when I started doing web development. So I'm excited to show it to you how it works. So maybe we move on to the next section now. Maybe you do it some other day when you have time. But hopefully I see you very soon in our next section about JavaScript.